Hello. Hello, welcome to the stream. We're back. 4 days in a row. How's it going? Well, it's time to play more Star Trek. Welcome to the stream. Happy Friday. I'm so excited. We got another fun one lined up. Hello, how's it going? We're gonna play Star Trek First Contact. If you didn't read the title, here's a surprise. There it is, Star Trek First Contact. Interactive fiction with graphics for the Apple IIe and IIc. This looks pretty cool. I'm really excited for it. It's gonna be a comfy reading stream mostly. This has nothing to do with the film. Nothing to do with the film. This was made years before the film was even conceived. There's no Jean-Luc Picard. No Riker. No Worf. Get those fools out of here. This is the original series. This is an original story based on the original series called First Contact, coincidentally. Yeah, I know. I thought this would be based on the movie too when I first heard about this game, but no, it's old school. I'm really excited for this. It looks great. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Dana. Good to see you. Hello, Rubber Kitty. Oh yeah, we have a new emote. Stream was moments late this morning because I can't even use my own emote. Hold on. I have to do this. I have to refresh. And maybe now I can use my own emotes? There it is. Got a new emote. So somebody says something very stupid in the Twitch chat, you can post that. Or whatever, however you want to use it. If you're flying a starship and it explodes, you can put that emote in the chat or something. I wanted to commemorate the wonderful artwork from the Atari ST game we played. And that's like the only artwork that has any sort of animation. Now, sadly, I may still tinker with it, like add some frames so it holds on the raised eyebrow for a while, or I may tinker with it a little bit, but that's what we have for now. I whipped that up in like 20 minutes before stream. And like the small size is just kind of, it's hard to read, but that's, what can you do with 28 by 28 pixels? Not much. Sadly, that means that I had to do some housekeeping, and Blob now joins Crab as tier 2 animated emotes. And I don't think I have any tier 2 subscribers, so you'll never see those ever, unless people pony up. The only reason to subscribe at tier 2 is for those two emotes. It makes me sad, because I like Crab and I like Blob, but they just don't really have any applications. So they're still there. You won't see them ever. I don't think I have any more new animated emote slots ever. I don't know how this all works. You'd think I'd know. What is it? I guess if I get 100 and... Oh, no, I get one more animated emote slot if I get 150 more subscribers. So let's get going on that. It might be a minute. And then we can shuffle things around. Probably put Crab back in tier 1 and what have you, but... It's a long-term goal. Yeah, I did that, Cyber Nomad. I did that. That's why I switched all my alerts to Twitch integrated alerts. Spoiler alert, Twitch integrated alerts are trash. But we got 2 more emotes out of it, so that's pretty cool. I think I figured out how to make them work, though. But... yeah. New emote. I think it's pretty cool. Hello, everybody. Where's the hellos? Where was I? Hello. I got one person. Hello, Dana. Hello, Rubber Kitty. Hello, Num 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 Num. Hello, Zetsubera. Hello, SGB. Hello, Biff Fraction. Hello, some guy in a hat. Yeah, sorry. This has nothing to do with the film. 8-Bit Tomato, hello. We're still Star Trekking. I have at least one more Star Trek game I want to play after this one. And we may even squeeze in a couple more. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. There's definitely going to be one more Star Trek after this. Perhaps more. Hello, Mooware. Hello, Rappyland. Hello, Dieter Lavos. It's a wonderful Seymour pyramid. Seymour bone pile. I'd love to see Seymour getting skeletonized. Hello, Hoffman. Hello, Left Empty. Hello, Smibble. Hello, Samheim. Yeah, Smibble. That's kind of a big problem with that game we played, Rebel Universe. It's fun to play. Well, it's interesting to play, but like visually, it's very disorienting and samey. But I enjoyed it. All in all, I enjoyed that game. It's Rebel Universe is the sort of game that I will remember fondly the more time passes, if that makes sense. There wasn't anything like egregiously wrong with it, and I think I'll come to appreciate it more and more as the time goes on. That was a cool game. Hello, Cyber Nomad. Hello, Kagarado. Hello, Damien Fox. Thank you for the resub. Thank you for the 14 months. Hello, Syllogism. Hello, Karens. Shaboy J, hello. Magic Gimp, hello. Azora Justin, hello. Hotson, hello. Coconut, hello. Burzel, hello. Lobstigator, hello. Zaro Boogs, hello. Oh, you've played this one too, Coconut? That's awesome. I've never played any of these before. They're so exciting to me. Hello, Vino, welcome. Did I miss anybody? Probably. Zankerdust, hello, welcome. Space Operacopter, hello. Thank you for poop butt posting. I'm catching up. Sepulchre Time, hello. Krelosh, Blue Science, hello. Digital Duck, hello. C:// hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome. We're going to play Star Trek First Contact. This game was released for DOS, Apple II, maybe a couple other platforms. We're going to go with the Apple II version. I booted up the DOS version, and it was running in 4-color CGA graphics mode. And I know some people love CGA graphics. I thought it looked like absolute dog water. So we're playing the Apple II version because the very first picture I saw looked a lot nicer in the Apple II color palette. So we're going to go with that instead. That's literally the entire reason. I think there's subtle gameplay differences between the two, but let's go with the Apple II one. Oh, QM Squirrel, welcome. Yeah, this is interactive fiction. Text adventure gaming. I'm excited. I love typing words into text parsers and then not getting anywhere because I don't understand what I type and battling with the computer program to try and communicate anything at all to it. It's so fun. It's so fun. I think this is the third game that these developers made, second or third that these developers made. Yeah, this is the follow-up to the Kobayashi Alternative by the same team, I believe. I haven't played Kobayashi Alternative yet, and there's another one, Promethean Legacy, something like that. There's a couple official interactive fiction Star Trek games, text adventures. This is, I believe, the last one that was released, and if I enjoy this, we can go back in time and play some of the others. I think I'm gonna enjoy it, so probably play the others. And there's countless unofficial, unlicensed Star Trek adventure games. Countless. Well, you might be able to count them. There's probably like a dozen or two. Senor Banana, welcome. Ghost Rider, hello. Promethean Challenge, that might be it, yeah. A Night with Troy. Maybe someday we'll be feeling saucy. Probably not. I don't know if that's really my type of game. I think didn't Macaw stream that at one point? That was really funny. It's like a 20-minute just nonsense game. I'd rather play some of the fan-made Star Trek. I guess that. What am I? I don't. Maybe. We'll just leave it at a maybe. A solid maybe. A probably not. We are going to play Star Trek First Contact. Let's start getting into it because we have a lot of reading to do. Comfy reading. If we turn the box over, we can begin to read about game. The Enterprise is Starfleet's most impressive limousine, Jim. She'll guarantee a royal reception for our big wigs at that local coronation. You smile knowingly as you recall the instructions from Starfleet Command. The Enterprise will carry diplomats to Gothica to ensure that the Federation makes a good impression. But this part of her voyage is merely a first step. Evidence of a new and unknown civilization has been found. The ultimate goal for your starship and crew is to avoid Klingon suspicion and make first contact. The Federation has chosen you, Captain James T. Kirk, to be the first to encounter and befriend the aliens. The dual mission of the Enterprise has begun. Sulu, set course for Gothica. Uhura, notify Starfleet of our departure. Spock, warp factor 1. Apparently all is well. But appearances can be deceiving. Enhancing your mission are these features. Graphics display of important locations, objects, and aliens. Detailed captain's log generated by the ship's computer and expandable by you, Kirk. Access to comprehensive files in the Enterprise databanks, including a trove of Star Trek lore. Dramatic sound effects. System requirements, Apple IIe or 2C, 128K of RAM, 1 disk drive, printer required for captain's log. I believe I have it configured for Apple IIe. I'm very unfamiliar with Apple computers, but my emulator is set for 2E. I don't know what the differences between 2E and 2C are. I don't have a dot matrix printer. I don't know if we can use the captain's log. Yeah. First contact. Again, no relation to the film. I don't even know if they had the Prime Directive yet at this point in the lore, in the Star Trek lore. Prime Directive is kind of, I don't know. I need to rewatch Star Trek to brush up on it. I did rewatch an episode, the Space Seed from season 1 of the original series, the one with Khan, and I was shocked the way it ended. Because, I mean, you think Star Trek, you think Prime Directive, don't interfere with civilizations that are sub-light speed travel or what have you. At the end of that episode of Star Trek, they take Khan and his crew and just leave him on an undeveloped planet that has people living there. It's like, okay, Khan, here's your own planet to go rule, and here you go. It's like, what happened to the Prime Directive? What? That's nonsense. It was really funny. It was really funny. You've never seen a TOS episode? It's pretty good. It's very cheesy. It's very 1960s sci-fi, which is awesome. Very cheesy. Prime Director is more TNG. Yeah. I'm excited to rewatch the second movie. I haven't seen the second movie in years. I had to watch the episode leading up to it because the movie is a sequel to that episode. You gotta get the whole story. Let's open up the manual. The manual's got some reading here. Like Rubber Kitty said, we gotta read the box, then we gotta read the manual, then we gotta read the game, then we gotta read something else, and then read that. Where's the manual? There it is. Slide that over here. Interactive fiction with graphics. IBM, Tandy, Compaq, and compatible computers. I had Compaq at one point. I think it died. It was like a total hardware failure. It's compact. Ugh. Simon & Schuster Software, division of Simon & Schuster Incorporated. Program developed by Micro Mosaics Productions Incorporated. Larry Rosenblatt, Josie Cohn, Mark Sutton Smith, Mark Gollan. I don't know any of these names. Ashley Clark. Subway Software. Data disc compiled by Amy Goldman. User's guide written by Amy Goldman, Jeffrey Pawanda. Cover painting, Tim Jacobus. This is a painting. You telling me some guy sat down and painted this? That's awesome. Cool. Looks pretty nice. Designed by Lawrence Alexander and Ron Campisi. I don't know any of these names. Oh, look at all these pages. Oh, yes. 46 pages. I have not, Vino. No, I have not played the other ones in this series. Yeah, Kobayashi Alternative, Promethean Legacy, and then this is the third one. Sometimes I like to play games. Usually I like to play games chronologically if there's like a series or like the same development team or company worked on them or released them. Sometimes I'll just jump into one of them. This is that case. We're just jumping into this one. Oh, look at this. They got pictures. I love the uniforms of the original series. Oh, the gang's all here. No Sulu, though. What is this picture? I wonder if these are actually like from episodes. They probably are. Maybe they're like behind the scenes photos. Is Mr. Spock looking through a piece of metal? What a goofball. Or Mr. Scott? In the Jeffries tube or something? I don't know. Captain's log. Stardate 4122.1. Starship Bradbury on routine patrol mission in Sector 16. Running low on provisions. Crew restless from inactivity. Plan to dock at Starbase 14 for supplies after making a pass around asteroid Selco Gamma 4. Captain William Hatch finished his log entry and turned his attention to the view screen. Nothing but boundless space, black depths of infinity dotted with clouds of dust and the far-off lanterns of brilliant stars. Starship Bradbury. I wonder where they got that name from. Let me make this a little bigger here. Boop, 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 boop. Starship Bradbury was reaching the end of another dreary patrol, one that could provide no inspiration for Terran children dreaming of the adventure and romance of spaceflight. Hatch sighed, just another uneventful haul on the outer edge of the galaxy. Captain, I've run a random visual survey through the ship's computer, Commander Anderson said. Hatch smiled. His young science officer constantly overstepped her bounds, performing analyses the captain hadn't ordered. It was rare to see an officer so highly motivated, especially on such a monotonous mission. Strange findings, Captain. The data shows a massive wave of anomalous cosmic rays approaching that seems to be exceeding the speed of light. Cosmic rays? From where? We're in the middle of nowhere. What's the speed of the disturbance? Sir, it's not a disturbance. It's a super pulse of energy. Speed is... Computer register speed at warp 34. Anderson checked the number again. It didn't seem possible. Warp 34? But how long till it reaches us? The captain asked. Estimated time of arrival? 38 seconds. Helm, long-range sensor scan. Denton Ash, his experienced helm officer, obeyed the order. Warp 30? That's actually not possible. It's fine. It's fine. The results that appeared on his screen display were as baffling as any he had ever seen. Intense ionization causing sensor interference, Captain. I can't find anything but dust and ions out there. Full shields, Mr. Ash. Starboard 45 degrees, warp 5. Aye, aye, sir. Yeah, isn't warp 10 like literally you are occupying every point in space simultaneously? Like if you are somehow at warp 10 and that's why you turn into a lizard because it's too much. God, I love Star Trek. Full shields, aye aye sir. We can't steer clear of the pulse, Captain, Anderson said. Not at the speed it's traveling. An ordinary energy pulse would be no cause for concern, but a pulse that size? She quickly checked her console. 12 seconds till impact, she said in a composed voice. We'll try to deflect the blow, Commander Anderson. Hatch flipped the intercom switch on the arm of his captain's chair. All stations, prepare for large outer disturbance. Hold on, everyone. We're in for a bumpy ride. Hatch, a student of the history of flight, thought for a moment of the real pioneers of the sky. The Terran aviators of the early 20th century who braved the skies in tiny steel cabins powered by turbine engines, long before the days of warp drives. Mr. Hatch, put it on the view screen, Hatch ordered. The screen showed Hatch a large cloud of nearly opaque whiteness. It could have passed for a harmless mass of plasma, but no plasma ever moved at such speed. Its image quickly grew to fill the view screen, and Hatch shielded his eyes from its intense brightness. The ship rocked as though hit by a phaser, shaking as it reached the center of the enormously powerful pulse. The helmsman and the communications officer were knocked from their seats, and Hatch wondered if the small patrol ship could take the strain of the impact. But the pulse was already past the Bradbury. The ship sliced through the vacuum of space and headed toward the center of the galaxy. Bradbury became calm, the bridge once again silent. Crew members who had been thrown from their seats by the impact of the pulse quickly assumed their stations, alert though shaken. Captain William Hatch, an experienced Federation officer of 16 years, a man who had seen nearly everything a starship captain can expect to see, stared at the view screen and wondered what it was that had just spun his ship around like a paper kite on a strong wind. More importantly, he asked himself, from where could it have possibly come? Hello, Noru. Welcome. Hello, Z80 Guru. We're reading the story for the game we're about to play. Starfleet Command, San Francisco. CCC meeting minutes. Fleet Admiral Brandon Takar presiding. Regarding Superpulse, top secret. The officers were tired. It was before dawn, after all, and each had expected at least 2 more hours of sleep. But even scheduled sleep and programmed dreams were vulnerable to the insistent beep of the computer summons that had alerted the officers to the emergency meeting of the CCC, the Command Crisis Committee. On those rare occasions where such meetings were called, delicate matters of Starfleet strategy were usually on the agenda. Curiosity edged out fatigue as the 7 officers assembled. The door to the CCC meeting room slid open. Again, the large figure of Fleet Admiral Brandon Takar appeared and briefly surveyed his officers. A young group, perhaps too young. Had Starfleet allowed them enough flight experience? Too often we coddle our best officers, Takar mused. The door swept closed behind him. Takar had summoned the officers. He needed to inform them. He also wanted their advice. Something unusual was going on, and the sector of the galaxy where it was happening was crucial to the Federation. Takar was a meticulous planner who left nothing to chance. It was best, he thought, to gather as much information and expertise as possible on what might be a very delicate situation. The 5 men and 2 women of the CCC had seated themselves around the oval table, most still sipping hot coffee, a traditional drink Starfleet Command had been unable to eliminate despite its promotion of synthetic morning stimulants. Takar took his seat at the head of the table. I appreciate your promptness, Takar said. As you no doubt already realize, I didn't summon you here to go over this week's routine maneuvers. We face a difficult situation. At approximately 0100 today, Starship Bradbury, on a routine patrol of Sector 16, received an extraordinary signal, an intense superpulse of cosmic rays. Nearly 45 minutes ago, less than 2 hours after Bradbury passed through it, our sensors received the same superpulse. From that information alone, you can see how powerful the signal is and how fast it's traveling. Captain Sean McIntyre, the newest member of the Officers' Council, let out a whistle. Captain McIntyre, I take it you're impressed. If it took that pulse only 2 hours to get from Sector 16 to here, it has to be moving at least warp 30. Close. Warp 34 to be exact. This is no accident of physics, no superluminal ion storm. Something is out there, something that wants to communicate with us. We can only assume that the pulse originates with an intelligent alien race. It's a signal, and it's repeating, though intermittently. We've got a rough idea of where it's coming from, somewhere deep within Sector 25, most likely in the Tall system. Commander Barrel, you have a comment? That's unexplored territory, Admiral, said Commodore Thadine Barrel, a tall, half-Ardanian woman who had trained on Starbase 22. Even our robot scout ships haven't made it out that far, and it's space claimed by the Klingons, though the Federation has never recognized that claim. Right, Takar said. According to the Klingons, it's their neck of the woods. It's also in the general vicinity of Gothica. Are you all familiar with Gothica? Mineral-rich, Vice Admiral Isaac said. Our science reports show a planet with abundant reserves of silicon and dilithium. It would make a jewel of an ally if we could solidify our ties, Rear Admiral Nathanson put in eagerly. Rather far advanced technologically for that part of the galaxy, I mean, Captain Gorshak said. Early in his career as a science officer with a starship cruiser, he had docked more than once on Gothica. They've reached second-level space exploration. That's quite the feat, given that their political, cultural, and social development is at a stage approximately equivalent to the 15th century Europe. Europe? Nathanson showed his surprise at the reference. Several of the officers laughed. Not because Captain Gorshak's mention of Europe was inaccurate or flippant, but because everyone was aware of the captain's enthusiastic interest in Terran medieval history. I see those ancient history books of yours have proven valuable, Captain. Let's use modern terms, though. Takar paused to chuckle, if only so that the minutes of this meeting are clear. Ren, anything to add? Superstitious people, I've heard, said Commodore Alex Wren, specialist in enemy weaponry and tactics. Their technological advances could well be due to Klingon interference. That would be no surprise. Exactly. I suspect the same. The Klingons desperately want to control Gothica. It's the only notable power in the sector. The location out near the border of the neutral zone makes it especially attractive. You've all read my brief on Klingon strategy in the area. Gothica would act as a buffer planet, from which the Klingons could extend their influence. They'd want to establish orbiting space stations for refueling and refitting their ships. I presume that they plan to initially install a puppet ruler for a brief reign to establish order. A renegade military leader by the name of Murgon looks like the most likely candidate. After only a few years, the pretense of Gothican independence will be unnecessary, and the Klingons will assume power. We've seen it all too many times in the past. That's why we've got to step in, and soon. Admiral, haven't we already sent a ship out to that area? I recall mention of a diplomatic mission to Gothica in my last online briefing, Nathanson said. Correct. Gothica is currently preparing for the coronation of its crown prince, Clavis. He's a wise young man, but inexperienced and untested. We've sent a Constitution-class starship, the Enterprise, to rendezvous with a diplomatic party currently assembling on one of our space stations in the area. The Enterprise will transport the diplomats to Gothica to attend the coronation. Is Kirk still commanding the Enterprise? McIntyre asked. He and his friend Kirk had gone through Starfleet Academy together years ago, when each dreamed of commanding a starship. Kirk was fortunate to fulfill his dream. McIntyre had spent most of his career planet-bound, pushing buttons on the console, devising strategy, and perfecting stellar war games. Oh, dude, the deep lore here. Yes, Captain James Tiberius Kirk. I'm sure you're all familiar with him. He's a very resourceful commanding officer. Bends the rules a bit now and then, but it's helped him get out of some extraordinary scrapes. He's a remarkable tactician, McIntyre couldn't resist chiming in. Back at the academy, he was the only Starfleet cadet to beat the Kobayashi Maru simulation. The Kobayashi Maru is designed as a no-win battle simulation, Admiral. The only way Kirk could have possibly won was by cheating. Captain Maria Fernandez broke in sharply. It's a rather strong statement, Captain, Takar said, and uncalled for. We can't argue about Kirk's success, even if he has occasionally used unorthodox methods. Kirk's our most competent starship captain. His crew is both experienced and extraordinarily devoted. Didn't Kirk literally cheat to pass it? Whatever. Didn't he like reprogram the simulation? Or something like that? That's just unorthodox methods. I love cheating. Hey, life or death situation. If you end up living instead of dying, well, sounds good to me. Is Kirk aware of the pulse? McIntyre asked, hopeful that his friend was prepared. We have received no communication from him yet. He may be. The last report Kirk filed showed the Enterprise somewhere in the vicinity of Hearth. And what strategy have you devised for dealing with this pulse, Admiral? Commodore Wren asked. His tight smile suggested he doubted the Admiral had planned anything. Even if most of us didn't feel great confidence in Captain Kirk's abilities, Takar looked pointedly around the table, we would have little choice. The Enterprise is our only starship in that sector. We have no time to send out an additional ship in search of the pulse. The Klingons have no doubt also encountered the pulse and have prepared their own mission to locate its origin. The Enterprise is our only hope. Our last card, if you will. Because it's already traveling on a legitimate mission in a dangerous sector of space, we may have an advantage over the Klingons. They've been informed of the diplomatic aspect of the mission. If we're lucky, they may not realize our other intentions and may therefore fail to act as quickly. The only thing Klingons do quickly is attack, Beryl commented. Is Kirk aware of the danger? McIntyre asked. He will be, very soon, I'm afraid. Frankly, I wouldn't trust this mission to anyone but him. The Kobayashi Maru test may seem like a picnic to Captain Kirk after he's finished with this mission. That is, if he succeeds. Admiral, I'm sure you know we can't afford to fail, Wren said archly. He always thought of Takar as an officious prig? What? Those are fake words. Hold on. In British English, a prig is a person who shows inordinately zealous approach to matters of form and propriety. I've never heard that term before. What about officious? Assertive of authority in an annoyingly domineering way, especially with regard to petty or trivial matters. I've never heard either of these words before. We're learning. Oldie English. Officious prig. Was excited by the number of things that could go wrong with such a delicate mission. Wren was not disloyal to the Federation, however. This was a personal matter. Perhaps now Takar would get his due, Wren thought. If this mission failed, Wren had no doubt that Takar's command would be in jeopardy. And if Kirk fell along with him, so much the better. He enjoyed seeing the Admiral squirm. You're basically right, Commodore Wren. We can't fail, Takar said defiantly. Takar was well aware of the importance of the mission. If the Klingons reached the pulse's origin first, there was no telling what alliance they might form with the aliens, whoever they were. It was a race the Federation could not afford to lose. I will beam aboard the Enterprise to hand Kirk his orders personally, Takar announced. If I know Captain James T. Kirk, I'm sure he'll have something up his sleeve. Wait, you can just do that? You can just beam aboard the Enterprise even when it's light years away and You're on... Isn't... I thought... Isn't there a range to the transporters? Because wouldn't that imply that you could beam yourself literally anywhere at any time? Like, what? That's okay. Let's just fly at warp 34 and beam ourselves halfway across the known universe. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Look at this picture of Kirk shooting the wall. Oh, there's Mr. Scott. Hello, Cybertrucker Alpha. Welcome. Thank you for the GG. That was a wild game. We're starting a new one today. This is a text adventure. I'm so excited to play it. Oh, Mr. Chekhov. Seeing these pictures really make me want to rewatch the original series. I'm sure these are from episodes. I just can't place any of them. Introduction. You are James T. Kirk, captain of the Starship Enterprise, now traveling near the planet Hearth. Hearth? Hearth. Both Starfleet and the Federation itself are depending on you to successfully complete the important mission you're about to undertake. Your task begins with the transportation of a diplomatic party from Space Station Lambda to the planet Gothica, but that is only the beginning. You'll need all your skill, wisdom, and experience as a Starfleet captain to lead the Enterprise and its crew through the challenges to come. Good luck. Yeah, these chairs would be terribly uncomfortable. But look how cool it is. It's got all these buttons. There's all these like funny knobs and dials. Oh, it's great. I love it when they plot a course and that entails literally pressing like one button. Like you just reach down to the con and press one button. Okay, course plotted, sir. Oh, it's so good. That's all it takes. You just press the course plot button right there, and then next to it, you put the course lay-in button, and then the engage button. It's not that hard to be a helmsman. We'll skim through a lot of the rest of the manual, because this is just how to play stuff. Although the how to play for this game is quite different from a standard text adventure, as we'll see. Apple, turn off your computer, insert side 1 into drive 1. If you have 2 drives, put side 3 into drive 2, turn on. There's a main text window, a Kirk window, a status window. The Kirk window, located under the main text window and labeled Kirk in the upper left corner, is your voice. Any command or question you enter either manually at the blinking cursor or through function or Apple keys appears in the window. If you type commands manually, the computer will wait to process your statement until you press enter or return. So we have a Kirk window. We have status windows, text, and Kirk window. This is going to be a little confusing because the manual just like... There's clear differences in like the layout and the windows and what have you, the presentation of the game, whether or not you're playing on Apple or IBM, and they just lump it all into one big paragraph. Like IBM displays a single status window. Apple's status windows divide into 2 windows. Located beneath the Kirk window marked USS Enterprise in its upper left corner provides you with a current reading of the vital systems of the Enterprise if you are on the ship, and necessary information if you're on a planet. Gives you readouts such as Enterprise location, status of ship's generator and engines, battle status. We can ignore the IBM. Status of dilithium crystal. When the Enterprise is on course towards a planet, the left column of the status window shows the coordinates of both the ships present, blah, 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 blah. I think this will all be pretty clear as we get in. Conversation window, menu windows. On the Apple, they appear in the upper right corner. To access menus in the Apple version, hold down either of the Apple keys and press a number, 1 through 0. So 1 or 0? Press a number key 1 through 0. Why not just say press 1 or 0? I guess they assume like the row of numbers on the keyboard ranges from 1, 2, 3, etc. to 0. Yeah. And the Apple key. I had to look this up last night. The Apple key is the Alt key. So on the Apple IIe, it's a little picture of an apple. Oh yeah, Digital Duck. We sent the false orders to the Klingon command so they would call off the attack or whatever. No peace bomb. We never saw anything for the peace bomb. We got all the psychogen canisters and delivered like what, 2 of them to Rebel commanders. So we were fairly close to solving it that way. We just happened to find the right things necessary to win using the Klingon command code in the console. It came down to the wire. Like 5-year mission. We had like what, 12 weeks remaining. I was convinced we were going to fail and have to restart the entire game over again, and that's what we'd be doing today, which I'd be fine with. No big deal. It'd be interesting to replay it with all the gathered knowledge and information, but instead we just won. Now there is still so much of the sphere to explore. Communicating, moving, and acting. As you proceed through this mission, remember you are Kirk. You are Kirk. Type statements as if you were speaking them. Use the function key commands for your actions, just as you would not say to yourself, give phaser to Spock, or look. You'd not type these commands to yourself. Rather, in the game, you access the correct function or Apple keys from the main options menu or help menu for give or look. Just as you'd not say to yourself, go north, you'd not type this command to yourself. Rather, use arrow keys or specific directional key strokes to move yourself around. The main menu, in turn, takes you to command menus through which you can direct crew members and aliens to move or act, either by typing orders or accessing them through the function or Apple keys. When you type commands, do not use any punctuation. It's best to only type one command at a time. Multiple commands may lead to ambiguous results. I imagine a large part of this, the playing experience for this, is just simply going to be understanding how to play it. But it might be pretty simple if everything is just in the little menus. Addressing crew and aliens. The approved Starfleet commands and queries accessed through the entry orders in the main options menu, or the orders menu on the Apple, is listed on your section's captain's orders on page 30. What? You can speak directly with crew members and aliens when they're not present via intercom on the ship or via communicator on a planet. When you wish to ask questions of crew members or aliens or issue commands, your statement will be addressed to the last person who spoke with you. If you wish to address someone else who's present, type the person's name at the beginning of the command sentence. What? If you wish to speak with someone who's not present, type Kirk2, crew member, alien, press enter. The person you've addressed will answer you via intercom or communicator. Continue the conversation or summon them with come here. Or if you're moving, follow me. If you want the person to stop following you, either tell the person to go somewhere else or summon another person. Again, I think playing the game will make a lot of this more clear than reading about it. Talk to somebody by saying Kirk to them as if you're, talking to your communicator. Inventory is Apple II. You can hold 6 objects in your hands at one time. That's more than I can do. Changing your clothes. On the IBM, You can change your clothes. What? At the inventory menu, press F1. You can choose between your uniform, spacesuit, formal attire, and sweats. You can change clothes only in your quarters or in the transporter room. We're not playing the IBM DOS version. We don't have access to the clothes changing DLC. That's not on the Apple version. We can't do that. I may have picked the wrong version. We can't play dress up with William Shatner. The whole game in sweats. That'd be great. To take an object, Apple 3. Oh, drop Apple. Okay, yeah, this will all be. I think this will make a lot more sense once we're in the game. Adjust your communicator, tricorder, IBM only, and phaser need to be adjusted to be used. The communicator and tricorder can be turned on or off. On the IBM, the phaser can be set to on or off. On the Apple, it can be set to stun, kill, or off. Yes. So, the IBM phasers cannot stun, or they can only stun, whereas the Apple, you have to choose stun or kill. So you have more functionality on the Apple there, but we can't change clothes. This is so weird. Weird distinctions, yeah. You can touch things. Sometimes you may want to touch an object before taking it. There's a dedicated touch button. What is this, Leisure Suit Larry? Orders, use. Where's the lick button? Where's the zipper button? Where's the smell button? Apple 8 to examine, Apple 9 to look, Apple 0 for utilities such as speed, pause, save, restore, quit. Captain's orders. The menu Captain's orders will acquaint you with the accepted Starfleet protocol for issuing orders to those around you. You can use the function keys or Apple keys throughout the game, or you can type the commands in the Kirk window manually once you familiarize yourself with Starfleet protocol. Press Enter after typing a command manually. Select orders. No, we do Apple 6. Bridge orders, control navigation, Kirk to whoever, Apple 6, Apple 1, set course. Simply, to set a course, simply select F1 or Apple 1 from the bridge orders menu, or manually tell Sulu, Spock, or Avoca? Set course 4, followed by the name of the planet or starbase you wish to go to. Once the course has been set, tell a crew member to activate the warp drive. Can we go warp 34? On the Apple, since the game counts moves rather than the amount of playing time elapsed, the ship will not move unless you're executing moves in the game. When you reach your destination, Enterprise stops automatically. Orbit, Apple 3 or type orbit. You must be orbiting a planet to get a close-up. Open a hailing frequency or beam down. System scan. Attack orders. Ooh. Transporter orders. Energize, beam us up, beam us down, prepare landing body, return to stations. Crew orders. Oh god, this might be complicated. Analyze results. Spock, analyze the knife. Planet orders. Regroup. For best results, instruct Spock to fan out and regroup. He will then instruct the entire landing party to do the same. Alien questions. Game utilities, speed, pause, save. You can save up to 9 playing positions on the disk labeled side 4. Okay, we get 9 save slots, cool. Restore, data drive. We're not playing the IBM, so we don't have access to the data disk, apparently. That's a shame. Oh, on the Apple, you must be sure side 3 is inserted in one of the disk drives. One of the Star Trek games we played last Star Trek session, I think it was Star Trek on the Super Nintendo, had an incredibly extensive ship's computer database that you could browse through that had like dozens, maybe hundreds of like planets and like information on crew members and just the most random arbitrary trivia. It was awesome. It was so cool. I didn't really spend much time browsing or looking through it, but it was very extensive. Yeah, the Super Nintendo game. Now we have sound, text, quit. The Enterprise has 23 decks. As you explore each deck, you'll become familiar with the layout of the Enterprise and the assignments of the crew members at their stations around the ship. We have to explore all 23 decks? We have to map the Enterprise and all 20... Deck 1. The bridge contains the command center, navigation equipment, and communications. You'll need to be on the bridge or in contact with a crew member on the bridge to navigate, fight a battle, or use the ship's computer. Deck 5 contains the visitor's lounge, briefing room, dining room, and your quarters. Deck 7 contains sickbay, transporter room, and engineering. The main transporter room, located on Deck 7, contains a large transporter console and a platform with 6 energy scrambler disks. Your movement as an individual is controlled by the arrow keys. Just as you would not say to yourself, "Go east." To walk east, you would not type in the words "go east." Instead, you simply press the appropriate key. That's pretty cool. I like that, actually. So we get messages saying where we are. The turbo lift, voice-controlled elevator, can be accessed via the bridge or entered from any deck. You can tell that the turbo lift's in your immediate area when turbo lift appears in the status window. Because everything you type in the Kirk window is interpreted as speech, the turbo lift is voice activated. You tell the turbo lift where you want to go by typing in the appropriate command. If you want to go to the transporter room, type Deck 7, which is where the transporter room is located. By specifying a particular room, the turbo lift can transport you to the appropriate deck. So instead of typing Deck 7, you can type transporter. This seems complicated. Portable equipment, we have communicators, phasers, tricorders. Apple version of the game does not include a tricorder. Ship's computer. You can Apple 7 to get to the computer data. To activate Captain's Log, you need to have a printer hooked up to the computer. Yeah, we might not be able to do the Captain's Log. Exploring a planet. Explore as much of each planet as possible. Once you beam down to a planet's surface, the upper left corner of the main text window will indicate your location. Move around on the planet using the arrow or direction keys. Use look. You should examine to examine every alien or object. Okay, pretty basic stuff. Anyone who beams down with you is considered to be part of your landing party. The landing party will follow you wherever you go on the planet's surface, unless you order one or more of them to go elsewhere. Recommendations for new captains. You are the captain of an experienced crew. Don't expect to do everything well yourself. Rely on the talents and abilities of your crew members. Careful reading of data and conversation windows will often make for faster advancement to later stages. Useful information can turn up in the most unexpected places or the most obvious. Pay attention to the orders and instructions you receive. Because of the highly sensitive nature of the mission you're on, to maintain security, It is Starfleet's practice not to repeat instructions or information, a practice your crew will be following as well. You may therefore wish to note down such information or instructions. Making a map, keeping a record of what direction you've already traveled in on the surface of the planet can prove helpful. Rooms and other locations can be hard to find again if you don't remember their names. If you find yourself in a situation that looks dangerous, consider saving your position before you go any further. Commanding a vessel need not be a lonely job. Try sharing the duties of captain with another person. The problems you find difficult may seem easy to your friend, and vice versa. For information regarding Star Trek The Official Fan Club, write to Star Trek The Official Fan Club, P.O. Box 111000, Aurora, Colorado 80011. Annual membership dues of $9.95 include 6 bi-monthly official Star Trek Fan Club magazines and a membership kit. I want to join the fan club. Are they still active? Official Star Trek Fan Club. Founded in 1979? Oh, wow. I don't know if it's still going. Paramount and CBS announced a new fan club in 2008, but nothing came of it. Probably because nobody likes new Trek. Okay, we have some warnings and user license agreements in 35 separate different fonts. Boring. Rename the Star Trek II the Movie Fan Club. That's great. Well, we glossed over a lot of important information in the manual. Surely that's going to not come back to bite me in any way. This will be a nice, smooth gaming experience. Let's get into it. Let's start playing the game. I'm excited for this. Oh, Apple II. Move this over here. Got the timer. The disc in. Let's go. Load side 1, Captain. Oh, I put the wrong disc in. Reboot. Hello, Tetrahedra. Welcome. We're just starting up the game here. Spent the last hour reading the manual. That's so quiet. I'm cranking the sound. Oh my god! I cranked it way too loud. I apologize. I shouldn't have cranked it. Look at these graphics, though. It's cropped weirdly. I gotta fix that. I'm deaf as well. I apologize. That was a big mistake. This emulator has like borders around the window. I'm trying to crop out. There we go. Hopefully it's a bit more reasonable volume now. I'm sorry about that. Copyright 1987 here. Star Trek First Contact. Pause. Press any key to continue. Oh, I guess we're playing the game, so let's start the timer here. Oh, this is sick. Subway Software. Story by Subway. Please insert game data disk side 2. Okay, I'll change the disk. Press any key. See, this right here is as far as I've played. This screen looks awesome. The DOS version is in 4-color CGA and it looks garbage. I don't know what platform this was originally conceived on, or if they just tried to convert it. But this looks great. There's Mr. Spock. I love to see back of people's heads. You are standing on the bridge of the Enterprise. It isn't the fleet's newest vessel, but extensive modifications keep it at the most technologically advanced, and its exploits have made it the most famous. The command chair affords a good view of the navigator and helmsman, as well as the ship's stations, which line the circumference of the huge circular room. The turbolift is just up the short staircase across the room from the view screen. In the area, Spock, Sulu, Uhura, Chekhov, Avoka. Who's Avoka? Computer. There's a message coming in on Starfleet frequency, Captain. They request the Enterprise to orbit Earth in the Sirius system to await a mission briefing. I get okay. What am I looking at? This is crazy. Okay, my mouse cursor does show up on the capture. So we are located in the bridge. We can travel left or right. Down to reach the turbo lift. Oh no, we can't go left or right or up, but down leads to the turbo lift. We are currently speaking to Uhura. Nobody is on the comm. Here's our Kirk window. The USS Enterprise is in sector 51, 56.67, 50.25, 76 in the star system Sirius. So we're already in the star system that we were told to go to. Engines are on impulse. Shields are down. Generators okay. Transp is no lock. Transporter beam, I guess. Phasers are at quarter strength. Torpedoes, we have 50. No target lock. So we need to go to the Hearth system, the Hearth planet in the Sirius system. So that would mean we need to tell Spock to plot a course. Kirk to Spock. Spock here, sir. Plot a course. Wait. You can't. Oh, God. Plot a course. Set course for where? Hearth. Locking course on Hearth. So if we do, wait, Apple 1? Oh, wow. Okay, Apple 2 for our inventory. We have a phaser and a communicator in our hands. There's no items in the area. Apple 3 did nothing. Apple 4, oh no, because we're in the inventory submenu. We back out by pressing escape. Okay, and then Apple 3 is the give function. So we can give items in our hands to the person we are actively communicating with. I don't want to give Spock anything. Okay, Apple 4 is the adjust, so we can adjust our phaser or our communicator. We don't need to do that. Okay, Apple 5. We can touch. Let's touch Uhura. Okay. A look of surprise and perhaps anger reshapes her classic features. Then she notices that it's you and smiles. What? What is that, Apple 5? We got the touch button? I don't know who Avoka is. Let's touch Avoka. She starts in surprise, then looks deeply into your eyes. A slight amused smile on her face, as if she now sees you in a completely new light. What is happening? Is this secretly a night with Avoca? Perk to Avoca. Avoca here, sir. Kiss me. I don't know the word kiss. Follow me. I will follow you, Captain. Okay, so let's try and take her to our room. Our room is what, deck 5? Okay, she's following us. Let's go down to the turbo lift. You're in the turbo lift. This is so confusing. Deck 5? Okay, let's go up to deck 5. I can take a corridor left or a corridor right. Corridor left. I don't know. Spock's room? You're in a corridor outside Spock's quarters. Opposite this is the door to the visitor's lounge. Not Spock's quarters. In corridor on deck 5. There's a door on either side of you. One leads to the stateroom of Commander Chambers. Who's that? The other to the stateroom of Dr. Hodges. Who's that? One leads to the stateroom of Minister Stewart. Who's that? Stateroom of Leon Popolsky. Who's that? You're near the entrance to the 4 Mid Delegation Suite. Who's that? Opposite the doorway leads to the officer's dining room. Where's my room? A door on either side of you. One leads to the stateroom of Kurt Vander Wise. The other is the stateroom of Flogus Am Grell. What? Do they have names for every individual crew member and cabins for each and every one of them? Doors to the staterooms of Kavalos Rablar and Zlutf are nearby. What? So we can go up or down to visit these staterooms. Notice how it doesn't say up is Kavalos Rablar's room, down is Zlutf's room. It just says they're nearby. So what if we... where's the look... Oh, maybe this is... I've got to find our room. Okay. The doors here that lead to your quarters. Quarters down. The furniture in your sitting room is sparse, yet inviting. A pleasing balance of function and comfort. The tapes, and even the print-on-paper books which crowd the shelves are a gateway to the worlds beyond, while the portable view screen is an electronic umbilical cord which ties you to duty and responsibility. Alright, we're alone in our room with Avoca. How do I look? Apple 9, okay. Oh, that just gives the room description. Okay, let's touch again. Was it Apple 5? Apple 4? Gimme the brandy. I don't know the word gimme. I said gimme the brandy. I don't know the word said. I am Avoca. Wait, what? Apple 8 to examine? Let's examine Avoca. Are we in our sweats? Are we in our uniform? You notice a strikingly beautiful woman awaiting a command. Lieutenant Avoca is 6 foot 1 inch, with black hair and brown eyes. What? What is this game? It's fine. It's all fine. Let's examine ourselves. Apple 3. You have wavy brown hair and hazel eyes. A few wrinkles highlight your intense eyes. Precise mouth. There's no... So I can't... Anything I type into the Kirk window is Kirk saying it verbally. I have a very precise mouth. Yeah, can I like aim that precise mouth at somebody? Like what does a precise mouth mean? I can spit very well, like aim my loogies? What is I can eat food effectively? I have a massive beam attack? I'm charging my laser? Like, what? What other functions do we have? Apple 1. Look, examine, use. Oh, we gotta... Okay, let's... Use. I can't... Okay, never mind. Orders? Orders menu. Oh, wow. Crew orders, planet orders, transport orders, questions. I have many questions. Who are you? How did you get here? Can you help us? Who do you suspect? Why did you do it? I do not know what you speak of. How did you get here? That's a question for the philosophers. Where are we? I don't really know, Captain. Do you like me? I don't know the word like. What was that, Captain? I'm not examine. Bed. Oh, we're not even in the bedroom. Oh, we're just in. Okay, let's go to the bedroom. You're in your bedroom. Relax. Sit down on the bed with me, Avoka. I don't know the word sit. I don't know the word bed. Okay, we can tell. The text parser, the parser interface is very rudimentary. I don't think it has a very extensive vocabulary. I suspect that the vast majority of commands necessary to effectively play the game are simply those here in the menus, and they didn't really account for too much else, which is fine. It simplifies things considerably. But even this is pretty complicated. Now let's adjust our phaser. Not stun. Kill. Okay, now let's... How do I shoot? How do I shoot this? Apple 1. I can give it. We want to use it. We want to use it. Okay, Apple 7. Use the phaser on Avoka. Avoka's incinerated. But since this was not a life-threatening situation, you're relieved of command for reckless disregard for life. Live long and prosper. Load side 1 into drive 1 and reboot the key to reboot. And press any key to reboot. No. I thought shoot perhaps was an innuendo for something, but no, it was very literal. I'll put the disc over. Reset. I never will understand humans. Maybe I should have stunned. No, let's not stun. That's getting into some weird non-con kinks. No thanks. I just wanted to shoot him. I just wanted to shoot her. Dude, this is so sick. Killing's fine. Yeah. I mean, we learned from the last Star Trek game. We just, you know, Star Trek's all about shooting and killing people. It's still a little loud, but hopefully that's not, like, ear-bleedingly loud. Alright, let's try this again. No more silly stuff. This is a proper, serious, philosophical, heady adventure. Dude, look at this scene. The gray of space. The vast grayness of space is quite the sight. I never thought there'd be so much gray. They don't tell you about the gray everywhere. Why is space gray? Why didn't they make it black? Maybe some technical limitations. Yeah, maybe it's the window. Okay, staying on the bridge. Orbit Hearth in the Sirius system. Let's actually try and play the video game. What if they modeled this gigantic enterprise with all 23 decks and like hallways and rooms for every crew member? And what if you never, as the player, need to actually do anything with any of that? Wouldn't that be wild? They just spent like days and days of time making this game, creating these rooms and stuff for people, but there's literally no reason to do anything with it. That'd be pretty cool. Highly likely. So we want to talk to Spock or Sulu or Avoka to plot a course. I guess it's easier to just go Kirk to Avoka. So she's on the comm and I'm talking to her. Even though we're in the same room, saying Kirk 2 is the command to talk to them using the comm. We're in the same room as one another, but talking to each other on our phones. What are we, Zoomers? What is this? How do I just talk with words face to face? Maybe in the function menus here. There's no talk in here either. Orders? Bridge orders? We want to set a course. Hearth. So, okay, so if I want Sulu to take us in at warp 1, I would just say Sulu. Yes, Captain. Oh, nice. Okay, yeah, that's easy enough. Yeah, because we're speaking as Kirk in the Kirk window. Okay. We gotta put ourselves in Captain Kirk's shoes. Except Avoka's still on the comm. Maybe that's just always the last person we communicated with on the comm is registered up there, but we're not like actively talking to her and Sulu at the same time. Warp 1. Aye, sir. Going to warp factor 1. It's turn-based, so we have to like walk around in order to actually get there. So yeah, now it's turn 5. So the number up here in the top left is number of turns elapsed. Nice, we're at warp 1. Is my sector changing? No, because I'm not passing turns, because I'm bumping against the wall. So can I just like... I can't say the word wait. The backspace button doesn't work, by the way. Backspace tries to travel in a direction. Oh, delete key. Okay, the delete key. So I guess we start examining things just to pass some time. Let's examine the phaser. Perfectly ordinary hand phaser, molded in the same basic handgun design preferred by life forms with opposable thumbs, such as devices, since such devices were first developed. The serial number They put the serial number of our phaser in this game. The serial number is SFWSS-BP-052368. Do you think there's going to be a puzzle where we have to make sure that we have the correct phaser registered to us and like check the serial numbers of the different phasers to compare them with each other? Is this just complete extraneous? This is cool. Let's examine some more stuff. This is really cool. What? A standard Federation communicator. It's been ergonomically engineered to fit easily into any size hand and function with maximum efficiency. Its serial number, again, of the communicator. Is our coordinates changing? Maybe I should have gone like warp 4 or warp 34, something like that. Examine. The turn counter doesn't update until I get into the examine window. Now let's look at Spock. Spock is a half Vulcan, a bipedal humanoid whose saturnine face is long and angular, with brown eyes and dark hair combed forward to a peak. His physiology is of the Vulcan phenotype, with blood cells using the copper-based cyanaheme for oxygen transport. What? Sulu. Sulu's oriental origins are readily visible in his high cheekbones and angled brown eyes. His thick, jet black hair is combed forward, in this style popular among the younger Starfleet officers. He is 5'10". What about his blood type? How does his blood transfer oxygen to his cells? Why can't we know that? Why do they tell us Spock's method of oxygen delivery to his cells, but not Sulu's? What is happening? Warp 2. Aye, aye, sir. Going to warp factor 2. I think this game might be awesome. Okay, let's find out how sexy and pretty Uhura is. They're gonna talk about how beautiful she is. Uhura's dusky skin highlights her soft brown eyes and luxurious black hair. How tall is she? What's her blood type? How's her hair combed? This is a pretty scant description. I'm disappointed. Mr. Chekhov. The charming sparkle of Chekhov's brown eyes, boyish haircut, make him appear younger than he is. Typo. The charming sparkle of Chekhov's brown eyes, boyish haircut, make him appear younger than he is. Brown eyes and boyish haircut? How tall is he? I want to know how tall he is. His smile, yeah. Examine. We've already examined Avoca. We know she's a smoking hot babe, 6'1". Let's examine the computer. Oh my. Status display reads K/OS revision 19.5 WG MAR 22188. Do I have to write this down? Why is the computer telling me this? Is there anything else to examine? Just myself. We have hazel eyes and wrinkles. Okay, we've examined all that. Let's back out. How long till we reach warp 10? Captain, the engines can only handle warp 8. Warp 8. Aye, aye, sir. Going to warp factor 8. How's your day? I don't know the word how's. I don't know the word day. What was that, Captain? Carry on. I don't know the word carry. What was that, Captain? I just heard you say on. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? I don't know the word there. I don't know the word yet. What was that, Captain? How long does it take? Weren't we in the system already? Like, we started in the Sirius system and we were told to orbit the planet of Earth in the Sirius system. We are in this solar system traveling at warp 8 to a planet. That's, what, 8 times the speed of light? Shouldn't we be there by now? Hello? Do I just, like, pace around? Destination achieved, sir. Entering the Sirius system. I thought we were already there. The brilliance of the star system Sirius shines forth. Its brightness is legendary throughout the Starfleet. Okay, so we need to orbit. I think we might have left the system, turned around, and came back, or something. How do I get to the planet Earth? Plot a course. Oh, what? Can't do backspace. Course for Earth. Locking course on Earth. We probably slow to like warp. Oh, no, I want to use backspace. We should probably slow to warp 1. Aye, aye, sir. Go into warp factor 1. How do we... See, now we've left the star system again. I'm so confused. Orbit Earth. Sir, there's no such planet in this star system. Oh, yeah. So when we arrived at the system... I'm just trying to wrap my head around this movement, piloting mechanics here. We left the star system that we needed to be in. The star system we started in, we have left it, and then we returned to it, and now we've left it again. So we have to go to warp 8. We have to go to Wapper 8. We got to go to warp 8. And we have to kill some time. So I guess we'll just walk back and forth into the turbo lift and back out until we arrive back at the star system that we started in. Destination achieved, sir. Entering the Sirius system. Okay, we're in the turbo lift, so let's go up to the bridge. Okay, orbit. Orbit Earth. Oh, appearing on the bridge view screen's a blue-green world known as Earth. That's purple. They got purple water on Earth. This is cool. This game's really cool. Deep brown land masses and vast green-gold oceans cover most of the planet's surface. As the Enterprise closes on Earth, its image grows until it all but fills the screen. You can make out a great mountain range running across the breadth of the planet's largest landmass, and tendrils of golden waterways crisscrossing its prime agricultural sector. Entering standard orbit around Earth, Captain. Message comes in. This is Earth Planetary Defense. You're entering restricted zone. Identify your ship immediately. You have 30 seconds to comply. Do I have to state my serial number? This is Captain Kirk of the USS Enterprise. What was that, Captain? I don't know the word Captain. I don't know the word the USS. How? Uhura. Yes, Captain? We have 10 seconds to comply. Open a comm line. Open a comm line. I don't know the word comm. I don't know the word line. Open a channel, sir? A silent globe of energy leaves the atmosphere at terribly high speed. You stare wordlessly at the view screen as the display verifies that it's coming for you. All heads on the bridge turn to you for a command. Unfortunately, you don't have time to take a breath before the white is followed by blackness. Live long and prosper. Oh, we died again. I guess we had to open a channel. Yeah, that's my bad. That's what I was thinking too. Captain James T. Kirk of the USS Enterprise. I love YATMDB. You're the man now, dog. Reminds me of middle school. It was peak humor back in middle school. It's still pretty good now. Back to the start. I could have tried shooting them. I guess that's true. Technically, we didn't die the first time. We were relieved of duty for killing somebody. Beautiful. Okay, this is the run. We're going to do it this time. Oh, change the disc. It's memes, Ritsujin. Early internet memes. It was a website that had animated GIFs with music. That's literally it. It's not anything more than that. Every animated GIF was its own page, and there was music that played with it. And so you go to a page and get a little show, and then you giggle and laugh. Okay, so we're already in the Sirius system. So we want to go. Let's talk to Sulu. Yes, Captain. Orbit her. Okay. Beautiful graphics. Entering standard orbit around Earth, Captain. 30 seconds to comply. So now we need to talk to Uhura and have her open a channel? Because we're currently speaking to Sulu. So we have to spend our first 10 seconds changing targets to Uhura. Takes 10 seconds to say the word Uhura. Open a channel. Whom are we trying to hail, sir? The people threatening us to... Open a channel to Hearth Planetary Defense. I don't know the word planetary. Captain, Hearth requests we prepare for beam up. Oh, that worked. Okay, open a channel to Hearth, I think, was all we had to do. Starfleet Admiral Brandon Takar will be coming aboard personally. The shields are down. Transporter is cleared for use. Renner. Calm. Admiral Takar and his aide just beamed up, sir. He'd like you to escort him to the bridge. Acknowledged. I don't know the word acknowledged. What was that, Captain? Okay. I'm on my way. I don't know the word I'm. What was that, Captain? I don't know the word way. I guess we'll just go. Okay, turbo lift. Where was the transporter? Was that deck 7? Deck 7. You're on deck 7 near the turbo lift. Ensign Gomez darts by you into the turbo lift, barely acknowledging you. Oh, God. I don't know which way to go. Left or right? Let's go right. This is a corridor. I think we're going to have to make a map of the Enterprise because I don't know where anything is. This is a corridor. You're near the entrances to engineering in the ship's library. Let's keep walking down. You're in a corridor. Oh, transportee. Okay, the transportee's in deck 7 to the right a couple steps. Okay. Down. Control panel faces the slightly raised transporter platform, which dominates the transporter room. In the area, Gomez, Renner, transporter, Takar. The hulking young Lieutenant Jacob Gomez, Chief of Security on the Enterprise, stands at attention. His toothy grin does not entirely hide his latent capacity for decisive action. This guy must be super tall. Hard lines around the eyes and mouth belie the youthful carriage and bouncy walk of Fleet Admiral Takar. He's a big, powerful-looking man. His uniform is freshly maintained and his bearing impeccable. He must be like 6'6". He might even be like 6'9". He might even be 7 feet tall. How tall is this guy? Captain Kirk, I'm glad to see you again. Lead me to the bridge so we can discuss the mission. I will follow you, Captain. Corridor? So is he following? I guess he's following. Okay. Left. 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 Chekhov dashes out. Please, Captain, let's get to the bridge. It's important. We're literally going there, man. Take him to the quarters. Yeah. He is, I mean, he's quite the specimen. Bridge. I love how, like, these crew members are dashing in and out of the transporter as we're going. This is so cool. This game is so cool. Captain, may I address your crew? It's important. Permission granted. I don't know the word permission. I don't know the word granted. What was that, Captain? Yes. Crew and officers of the USS Enterprise. I am Fleet Admiral Brandon Takar. I've asked Captain Kirk to permit me to brief you on your next mission. This is the second instance of on. A lot of typos in this game. The Enterprise will head for the Centauri system at warp 8. I gotta write this down. Okay, because they're not going to repeat this ever. Okay. Centauri, warp 8, orbit station Lambda. There, diplomats bound for the coronation of Crown Prince Clavis III will beam aboard. Diplomats for Prince Clavis III. Okay, Enterprise will then head for Gothica at warp 1. Then go Gothica warp 1. It's going to take us 20 years to get there. Federation hopes to establish stronger ties with this neutral planet, so our famous Enterprise and these delegates will represent us on this strategic mission. Our trust goes with you all. Thank you. Well, Captain, I must contact Lambda regarding your arrival. Please escort me to the transporter room so that I may return to Earth. Follow me. I will follow you, Captain. Turbo lift. Deck 7. Go out. Right. Right. He didn't notice how... Remember in the manual about the whole, like, warp 34 thing? And, like, the Klingon threat? We're just not going to be told about the Klingon threat or, like, the giant super pulse or whatever? I'm just not going to... Okay. That's fine. Transporter. Takara takes you aside for a moment and hands you an envelope bearing the Federation seal. Quietly tells you, so that no one but you can hear him. Starfleet Command has entrusted the Enterprise with an important mission, the details of which are enclosed in the envelope. Under no circumstances are you to examine these orders until you attain Station Lambda orbit. Oh. Ready to beam the Admiral down. Energizing. Takar dematerializes. This is sick. I want to save. So let's go. I need to put disk 4 in. Drive 2. Let's do a save here. Game number 1. Drive error. Check disk drive. Does this only support a single disk drive? I thought the manual said you could do... Okay, I might have to just use a single disk drive then. I want to look at the envelope. I don't want to die for doing so. Okay, so I guess we have to put this in drive 1. Disk 2, side 4. Maybe it's write protected. Let me make sure it's not write protected. It is not read-only. Okay, well this might work here. Game 1. Disk error. Check disk drive. I can't save. I mean, there are save states on the emulator, which we may have to use. Which is, it's fine. It works just as well. Probably works even better, but I like to use the in-game saving and loading if it's possible. I'm just seeing if there's any like settings in the options here. No. Not that I can see. Okay, F11 is save state, F12 is load state. Okay. Put the game disc back in. Let's just hit F11 to save a state here on the disk error screen. I want to examine the envelope. Secret orders. Let's examine that. Oh, we can read it! I thought we'd look at... The text of the orders reads, Starfleet Command has picked up a superpulse, a phenomenon with the intensity of a quasar, originating from somewhere within the tall system. Scientists cannot explain this as a natural occurrence. The ultimate objective is to seek the origin of the superpulse and learn the circumstances of its appearance. Remember, Jim, the ruse of the diplomatic mission is vital because you must also cross dangerous Klingon space to reach the superpulse. Also, we must be first to discover the pulsar, otherwise the Klingons may discover this unusual neutron source. I broke orders. I read it early. I thought we would examine the envelope itself rather than actually open it and read the orders. Yo, Admiral Nog, welcome. Hello. This game's really cool, yeah. I've never played it before. I'm a big fan of Star Trek, though, and Tech's adventures as well. And this is really slick. I guess we'll just assume all is fine. Let's go to the bridge. Go left, left, left. Into the turbo lift. Go to bridge. Okay, so we are told to head to Centauri at warp 8. So Sulu. Yes, Captain. Plot a course for Centauri. Locking course on Centauri. Whopper. Warp 8. Aye, aye, sir. Going to warp factor 8. And now we just sit here. I guess we just walk in and out of the turbo lift a whole bunch so we can arrive at our destination. Destination achieved, sir. Entering the Centauri system. Disk error. Mm, 77.3. What's that mean? Uh-oh. We might have to play the DOS version after all. Apple IIe disk error 77.3. It's a common issue on the Apple II, often indicating a problem with the disk drive or the disk itself. Thank you, AI Overview. God, I hate Google. I don't want to dive deeper in AI mode. Get that crap out of here. Like, I have the correct discs in. We have disc 1, side 2, which is the disc we were told to have in the drive. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh my. We're using authentic machine speed. Disk access speed is authentic speed. I could change it to enhanced speed, but I feel like that would be more prone to more error. I don't really have very many settings to play with. Let's just try. This is a 2-disc game. 2-disc game. I'm just going to try all 4 sides of the disc here and see if one of them works. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. None of my discs work. What if trying to save broke it? What if when I tried to save, it broke? That seems very silly. I don't know what to do. Do I need to blow in the disk drive? Is it dirty? What's this? Oh, a debugger. Cool. Let's not look at that. That's scary. It's... I guess we reset? It would be very nice to be able to change into our sweats, yeah. Insert game data disk side 2 into any drive. Okay, it is in. Then press the any key. We're just going to speed run it from the start here. Oh, beautiful. Orbit Hearth, Sulu. Orbit, Orbit Hearth. We are instantaneously there. Okay, there it is. Entering standard orbit. Uhura. I wonder if we need to spend a turn establishing that we're talking to Uhura. Open a channel to Hearth. These beeps and boops are so good. Transporter cleared for use. Escort him to the bridge. Okay, let's go to the bridge. Turbo lift. Deck 7. Go right, 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 down. Alright, the gang's all here. It's Toothy Grin. Lead me to the bridge. Let's go. Back to the corridor. Left, 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 down. Chekhov dashes out. Bridge. Yes. Okay, I wrote all that down. Okay, follow me. Turbo lift. Deck 7. Transporter. Get the secret envelope. Okay, let's head back to the bridge. Now, okay, so what I could do, because I have the comm, we could just say Kirk to Sulu. Set the course for Centauri. Warp. Ah, Lapper. Warp 8. Okay, so now we're traveling. So by the time I get to the bridge, we should basically arrive there. Up to the corridor. Turbo lift. Bridge. Okay. Destination achieved, sir. Entering the Centauri system. The bridge erupts in bright light as the star system Centauri appears on the view screen. Okay, we made it. It just didn't break this time. That's good. Huh. I wonder why it errored last time. Well, it didn't, so that's good. I hope it's not the act of putting a save state down. Or maybe I messed up the discs while I was trying to like save my game and was disc swapping a whole bunch. I don't know, but it's regardless, it's fine now. Okay, so we're at the Centauri system. We need to orbit the Lambda station. So we're talking to Sulu. Orbit Lambda. Appearing slowly on the bridge view screen is the space station Lambda. Its superstructure is a wire-framed globe of rhodinium rods housing a massive inhabited core. Oh, dude, look at this. Look at those rods. This is so cool. Message comes in. You're entering the Lambda traffic control zone. Acknowledge. Uhura. Yes, Captain. Open a channel to Lambda. Lambda base reports diplomats are ready for beam up. Shields are down. Transporter is cleared for use. Diplomats are on board, and Commander Chambers has escorted them to the visitors' lounge for your formal welcome. Oh god, we have to find the lounge. Helm ready, sir. Oh no, we have to find the visitors' lounge. Okay, I'm gonna save here. Lock on torpedoes. Lock on which device, sir? Lock torpedoes on Lambda station. Sir, I can only lock weapons on nearby ships. Fire. We need a lock on, sir. He's got me. I mean, he's got a good. That's a good point. Yeah. Okay, I tried. I guess we go lounge. Okay, so we have established lounges on deck 5. The computer turbolift knows what deck the rooms are in, but we, the player, do not know on which deck how to get to the lounge. Let's go right. Briefing room, our quarters. Okay, it's just a giant loop, of course, of course. Cavalis, Rablar, and Zlitiv. Yeah, my favorite people. Chambers! Shut up. Formid delegation. Lounge. Okay, lounge is next to Spock's quarters. Up to the lounge. Padded chairs are clustered around small, low tables and conversational groups in the main visitors' lounge. In the area, Chambers, Patrick Stewart, Soda Popinski, Hodges, Zlitiv, Rablar, Amgrail, Wise, Sori, Denise, and Marie. These are fake! Who are these people? Commander Chambers hovers nearby, looking officious. Oh, they use that word again. I know what that means. He stands at attention as you enter. God, this game owns. The monocle? The monocle? Are these ears? Is this a Princess Leia hairstyle? Or are those like gigantic Mickey Mouse ears? This guy looks like he just smelled a fart. Oh, is that a Vulcan? Look at those ears. Cool, like outfit. Look at that. I like the deep V here. Which one's Sir Patrick? Which one's Zlar and Kree and Zaboof and Zablah? Ooh, maybe she's a... She can't be a Ferengi. She'd be naked if she were. Ferengi women can't wear clothes. Captain, I'm very honored to introduce the diplomats who will represent us on Gothica. First, may I present to you... I forgot to read the orders! Minister of Foreign Affairs, Kenneth Stewart. This is an unalloyed pleasure. I'm honored to meet a champion of the Federation. Leon Populski, the Minister's senior advisor. And Dr. Franklin Hodges, the Minister's personal physician. Captain Kirk, this is Admiral Zlitiv from the planet Belzik. I'm very grateful to travel aboard your ship in your presence, Captain. This is Calavis Rablar, the chairman of the Federation's Sentient Relations Committee. I'm honored to stand before you. I've waited a long time for this moment. Rablar flashes you a knowing glance. Now what's all this about? And Flogus Amgreel, his legal counsel. This is Kurt Vander Wise, president of the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce. Interstellar Chamber of Commerce? A pleasure, sir. Yes, a pleasure. This is Ambassador Sori of the Formid delegation. It's such an honor to finally meet you, Captain, and be aboard the famous Enterprise. They only showed us 4 pictures, but they're introducing us to 1,000 people. He's traveling with his 2 female attendants, Denise and Marie. The young commander nudges you and winks. You make a mental note to reprimand this rudeness in private. I've arranged with Commander Chambers to secure the briefing room for a top secret strategy meeting this evening. Please attend. Captain, I'll now escort these dignitaries to their staterooms. Please take a moment to visit them when you find some time. There'll be a special dinner tonight in their honor. Let's leave. Captain, now that these introductions are over, I'd like the opportunity to confer with your Dr. McCoy about the special needs of my patient, Minister Stewart. I will follow you, Captain. I don't know where McCoy is! Hello, Sonatukai. Welcome. This game's awesome. This game's really cool. Kirk. Okay, Kirk to McCoy. McCoy here, sir. Where are you? I'm in an office. Bones, now is not the time to be glib. Bones, get your ass over here. I don't know the word ass. I don't know the word over. What was that, Captain? Where are... And... Let's think about this. Let's be rational and logical. We have to find McCoy. Well, no, we can tell McCoy to come to us, right? Come to me. Heading to the lounge. McCoy enters. So, okay, who else is in this room with me? I guess we need to go to the touch menu to see who's in the room. Hodges. Hodges is the one that wants to meet McCoy, right? So we're talking to McCoy. McCoy, meet Hodges. I don't know the word meet. The last command didn't make sense. Do I have an introduce button? Orders menu? Questions? Who are you? I am who you think I am. Yo, boot blacking, welcome. I need to rewatch TNG. I don't remember very much of it. It's been probably close to like 12 years since I last saw TNG. A long time. Hodges. Yes, Captain. This is McCoy. What was that? McCoy is in the room with us now. Didn't you want to meet him? What did you want? I don't know the word want. Uh, we're on a mission, Zia Guru, a diplomatic mission to escort some ambassadors from one planet to another, but there's also a secret secondary mission where there's a superluminal pulse traveling at warp 34 through the galaxy, emanating from what we believe to be Klingon space. And so we're flying these diplomats to a planet, but secretly we're also investigating the pulse and its origins, but we're trying to get there before the Klingons get there, because we want to also establish first contact with the race who sent out the pulse, because it must be a communication. Smart people have determined that the warp 34 pulse must be a communication message, so we've been sent to investigate that. But investigating that is a secret secondary mission, which is actually the top priority mission, and the actual secondary mission is escorting some ambassadors from one planet to another, because we have to attend the coronation, or the diplomats want to attend the coronation of Prince Clovis III on Gothica. I think that's the goal of the game. I'm a little confused. The current goal at the moment is trying to introduce one person in this room to the other person in this room. There are two men in this room that want to meet each other, and yet they're standing in the same room but don't seem to acknowledge one another. So, I'm not sure how to resolve this. And now that we have the diplomats aboard, I should probably plot a course for Gothica at Warp 1. We can start traveling. So actually, let's get that in motion. Earth to Sulu. Sulu here, sir. Plot a course for Gothica. Locking course on Gothica. Warp 1. Aye, sir. Going to Warp Factor 1. Okay. Can I just leave? As you emerge from the visitor's lounge, you see Mr. Spock, clearly unable to open his door. Disgusted, he turns around and sees you. Spock stares at you blankly and strides away without a word. What? This game is awesome. Just these little silly moments. If the game's just full of these silly little moments, then I think I love it. Is anybody following me? I guess we should open the touch menu to see if there's anybody here to touch. Hodges is following me. We left Bones in the lounge. Hodges is following me to try and meet Bones. Oh my god. Let's examine Hodges. Doctor is a handsome, middle-aged gentleman with flecks of silver running through his otherwise thick, dark hair. He wears a tailored medical smock and carries an expensive-looking black bag. I don't think we could have touched them in that previous room, because as soon as I entered the room, everybody started talking and then they left. I never had a chance to do anything after entering. But if we could walk to their rooms and find them, we could probably touch them. Let's touch this doctor, in fact. We have a touch function. Let's get all the use we can out of it. Touch Hodges. There is no perceptible effect. Okay. Interesting response. Kirk to Bones. McCoy here, sir. Come here. Heading to the corridor. Bones, follow me. Yes, Captain. Follow me? I will follow you, Captain. Okay. Touch Bones. Dr. McCoy turns to you expectantly. Spock enters. Captain, May I remind you that the strategy meeting is beginning on deck 5, and we should not miss it. I will follow you, Captain. The briefing room? Johansson snaps to attention? Captain, go on in. I'll check you and Mr. Spock off my list of attendees. This is the officer's briefing room. In the area, Chambers, Stewart, Popolsky, Zlutov, Rublar, Amgriel, Viceroy. So, okay, I think I missed something. I think I screwed up somewhere, and we've now skipped the whole doctor meeting the other doctor sequence. Which is probably bad. Thank you all for coming to this meeting. This delegation must cement the bonds of friendship between the Federation and the monarchy of Gothica. This requires give and take. In exchange for treaties of alliance, which I will present after the coronation, Mr. Van der Wise will work to secure trade agreements. Needless to say, Klingons might try to outstrip our gestures or even sabotage this mission. Our proposals and intentions must be secret. Captain, there's a high priority message for you here on the bridge. Polsky leaves. Oh, I guess I'm going to the bridge. Sir, there's a discrepancy on my list. I have you down as having left already. This list keeps track of all the attendees. What? Oh, this is quite suspicious. Very mysterious. Oh, big red welcome. Yeah, this game came out years before the movie. This is before TNG even. I guess this would be like concurrent with TNG, early TNG. But this is a original series game called Star Trek First Contact. Well, let's just carry on. I'm sure everything's fine. I'm sure everything's totally fine. Got the turbo lifts. Hit the bridge. I think I still have a bunch of people following me, by the way. I have an entourage. Uhura? Yes, Captain. Give me the message. Uhura gives you the message. Light thermal paper printout curls up in your palm. Okay, let's examine it. We have the secret orders, which I still haven't examined, in the message. From Thalmet G, Admiral, Commandant, Starfleet Academy, San Francisco, USA, Earth, to Kurt, James T, Captain, Commanding Officer. Suspected security breach. Lambda Base reports a security breach at or around the time of the Enterprise's departure. Unauthorized personnel may be aboard the Enterprise. The diplomatic passengers who boarded at Lambda are under suspicion at this time. They are... I gotta write down these names. Okay, this is pretty cool. Things are happening. Okay, so the people... Ambassador Sori, Minister Stewart, Dr. Hodges, Leon Polsky. I didn't think this would be like a detective mystery game. Kurt Van der Wise. We're gonna have to touch all these people. Cavalas Rablar, Flogus, and Spock. Spock walking into his doorway and then just walking off without saying a word? Is there a changeling on board? I guess this would be before changelings were invented. But there are, like, shapeshifters in Star Trek TOS. Yeah, something... Whoever the intruder was impersonating... It must be some sort of shapeshifter who can change their form. Oh, this is cool. Amgrio... Calke, thank you very much for the resub. Thank you. You can now use such hot new emotes as Bilboo1 Spock. Boom, there we go. Assault vampire, yeah, Mind Cozy, that's what I was thinking of. It'd be funny if Spock was just having a brain fart, yeah. Flogus Amgriel. Zlatif. Denis? Denis? Dunny? Marie. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people beamed aboard. Do not hesitate to arrest and detain suspected interloper, given sufficient grounds. This one's tricky, Jim. Try not to upset the passengers. Whoops. But don't orbit Gothica until you're satisfied the situation's been resolved. Good luck, Greg. So we can arrive at the Gothica system, but we can't go into orbit until we've arrested somebody. Dude, this is sick! Okay. So I guess we head back to deck 5 now. Because that's the deck that had all the different quarters. And we'll just start visiting each and every person one by one. We're on the course. We're traveling at Warp 1, so we have a lot of time until we get there, presumably. Alright, let's head to the turbo lift. Deck 5. Head left. Spock's room and the lounge. If I go into the lounge, is anybody still here? We have to Apple 1, Apple 9 to look. Look just gives the description of the room. It doesn't tell me if anybody's here. So we have to open up the touch menu. Mr. Spock's still following me, but Bones and Hodges have left. Okay. Mr. Spock is following me, but is this the real Spock? It's got to be the real Spock. Let's touch him. Spock looks at you with a slightly puzzled expression on his face. Isn't Spock / Kirk like one of the original ships in fandom? Isn't that like one of the OG fan ships? This is not really playing into that dynamic at all. I have no idea. I have no idea. Absolutely. The original. Ooh. I think this is normal Spock, yeah. The message disintegrates! Interesting. Maybe I should have passed it over to Spock so he could have read it. I don't know. Captain, now that the meeting's over, I have a completed attendance. Wait! Remember Johansson said that somebody else Assuming our form left before us? Now that the meeting's over, I've the completed attendance list here in security. I don't know where security is! Where is security? I don't know the word security. What was that, Captain? Where are you? I'm in security. God dang it. We're gonna have some big difficulties navigating this ship. I'm strongly tempted to spend a little bit of time just mapping it. Because I don't know where security is. I don't know where Bones' office was. Maybe if I'd have found Bones' office, then we could have got them to meet up. We'll find it. We'll find it. Let's just move on. Oh, we're not getting room descriptions either, so I don't know whose staterooms these are. So we need to look again. Chambers and Hodges. Okay, Commander Chambers is on our side. He's not one of the people. Hodges is the doctor, though. So let's head to... I just have to guess. Is up Hodges? Like the other guest rooms aboard the Enterprise, this one's simple yet comfortable in an antiseptic way. Commander Chambers has been assigned this. We don't care about Chambers. Go down. Dr. Hodges. Hodge. Is it Hodge or Hodges? Stateroom differs little from the others. Touch him. There's no perceptible effect. Look at Hodges? Examine him? I already examined him. Hodges. Yes, Captain? Let's go to the orders menu. Nope, wrong one. Order. Apple 1, Apple 6. Apple 6. Who are you? Minister Stewart's personal physician, Captain Kirk. I accompany him on most major trips to make sure his health stays as well as possible. 1, 6, 6. How did you get here? It's a question for the philosophers. You could just say you beamed aboard. Can you help us? I'm sorry, I can't think of anything helpful. I don't think I have touched myself or adjusted. I can't adjust myself. Let's touch myself. There is no perceptible effect. Okay, let's get out of here. Captain! An emergency mission notice just came in. I guess I have to go to the bridge. Okay. Cut the investigation short. So much is happening. Uhura. Oh, we're already talking to Uhura because she's the last person we spoke with. Give me the message. I don't have it. What is the message? Emergency. What's the emergency? I don't know the word what's. I don't know the word emergency. Bridge orders? Oh, nice. We have open channel right here. crew orders? Where are you? Come here. Follow me. Go. Take. Arrest. Tell me. Analyze. Drop. Tell me. Whoops, not 7. Apple 7. Tell me. What shall I tell you about? The emergency message. I'm so confused. Maybe she's an intruder? Maybe she's the... I'm out of here. Oh, you know what? That's a good idea. Let's go to the touch menu. Phaser, communicator, our secret orders, Sulu, Uhura, Chekhov, Avoka, computer U, Apple 0 for more, Spock. So there's no like message item here in the room. I'm out of here. Let's go this way. Minister Stewart's stateroom is essentially identical to the other guest accommodations aboard the Enterprise. The status-conscious official has not been informed of this fact. In the area, Stewart. We want to examine him and touch him. Examine Stewart. Stands with rigid formality, a little nervous and sweating slightly. His bright orange hair is combed straight back. His typically large earlobes are decorated with precious stones. Oh, cool. Let's touch him. No perceptible effect. Stewart. Yes, Captain. Orders menu. Questions. Who are you? I'm the ranking Federation official in this delegation, Captain. I believe this mission to Gothica can provide a superb opportunity to improve relations between the Federation and Gothica. How did you get here? It's a question for the philosophers. God! Okay. I'm not doing a very good job of investigating these people. Whoa! I did not mean to do that. Use phaser? Oh, I don't want to phase. I don't want to stun anybody. Okay, here's Popolsky. The body of Leon Popolsky lies sprawled on the floor. He appears to be dead. What? Who killed him? How? Kirk to Bones. Come here. Red alert. Red alert. McCoy enters. Excuse me, Captain. It's time to join our esteemed guests in the officers' dining room on deck 5. I will follow you, Captain. Mr. Spock! There's a dead man! Bones! Bones. What do you think of this dead body? I don't know the word think. What was that, Captain? Bones, there's literally a dead man in the room with us right now. What? Can you... Let's examine the dead body. Polsky. Close examination of the body reveals large discolorations at the sides of the neck. That seems pretty bad. I don't think this is a death of natural causes. I guess we touch the body? No perceptible effect. Can we order McCoy to do anything? Analyze the body? Analyze what, Captain? Analyze the dead body. I don't know the word dead. I don't have Popolski, sir. What? Take Popolski? What? We don't have a tricorder. We can't use the tricorder. Tricorder's in the IBM version only. Well, it's time for a dinner, so let's go eat some food in the dining room. Marie, Chambers, Stewart, Zlitov, Rablar, Amgriel, Weiss, Sori, Denise, Hodges, and Swars. Swars is new. Even without a chef hat on his head and a spatula in his hand, Yeoman Freddy Swars would be instantly recognizable as a cook. Food preparation is mostly buttons and circuits these days, but Frey is an amiable throwback to the ancient era of crackling grills. Captain, I have the appetizer for our guests. Okay. Serve them. I don't know the word serve. What was that, Captain? Marie? Marie possesses a youthful vitality most refreshing among the somewhat stuffy group. She smiles frequently. Rope-like black hair dangles attractively across her shoulders. I want to mention, before I played this, I happened to read a review on Moby Games that said this is a light, breezy game that experienced adventure gamers will not find much fun with because it'll be over and done with in an afternoon. This seems silly to me to say it's light and breezy and not of much interest, because this seems really cool and like in depth, and maybe I'm just a novice. This feels like there's a lot to take in here and do. Yeah, so much happening, like at all times, constantly. People calling me and prank calling, and Spock's walking into walls, and there's dead bodies, and there's like 30 people just here that I need to investigate. And there's the whole mission and like Klingons, and we're not even close to our first destination, much less the Pulse. Can I eat? I don't know the word eat. Oh, I'm talking. Okay. What was that, Captain? Let's eat. The text parser is very bad, which I suppose is why they added in all these menus to interface with the game that way. The text parser is terrible. Doesn't understand hardly anything. So Marie is just Marie. Okay, she's some hot babe. What's this Latif? Like most citizens of Belzix, Ambassador Zlitiv is short of stature with a wide, muscled body that radiates strength. The drying effect of the ship's atmosphere causes him to dab at his slightly greenish mottled skin with a damp claw. Are you the killer, Zlitiv? Does anybody know that Leon Popolski's dead? Should I tell them? Are we eating? Who would I address? God, there's so many people. Let's see here. Sori's the ambassador. Hodges is the doctor. Schwartz is the cook. Spock is Spock. Denis and Wise, I don't really know them. If Sori's the ambassador, I guess I should tell Sori that Popolski's dead. The ambassador wears his official title with great pride, giving his face a slightly pompous expression. Sori. Yes, Captain. Popolski is dead. I don't know the word dead. You called it, Kunky. Son of a gun. That last command didn't make sense. Where is Popolski? I don't really know, Captain. As they always do, these formal dinners take too long to end. As the dinner wears on, Mr. van der Weis's distractions let you forget the gravity of the situation you face. Finally, it does end. The diplomats leave. I guess we were eating that whole time. I guess it was just implied? Because the chef told me he had the appetizers ready. That means that we just ate our meal. Okay. That's fine. At least we didn't have to sit through that. Like type chew or anything like that. So who else is here? Nobody. Just me, Spock, and Schwartz. Well, let's get out of here. Johansson, wait, he had the list, didn't he? He had some sort of list. Touch? No, don't touch. Where is the list? Give me the list. Gives you the list. Okay, good. I'd like to analyze the list after you've examined it, Captain. Ooh, okay, we're getting somewhere. Examine list. This is a list of attendees to the strategy meeting in the briefing room. Attendees include Ambassador Siori, Minister Stewart. Okay, Siori, Stewart, Chambers, Commander Chambers. I guess if like our intruder is a shapeshifter, oh, it's gonna be really hard to track them down then. Yeah, misspelled briefing, yeah. Kurt Vanderwise, Rablar, Flogus, Zlitiv, Leon Popolski, myself. Check marks indicate that everyone on the list actually attended the meeting. Mr. Popolski's exit's not reported. But we found his dead body in his quarters. But he never left the briefing room. At least not according to this list. Johansson might have left Well, I think... I don't know. Because I left twice. But Popolski never left. But he entered. But he never left. So he entered. The person we're after was disguised as Popolski. Popolski might have already been dead at the time of the briefing. The real Popolski. But if the real Popolski... One of these other people... Oh, interesting. Give list to Spock. Well, nope. We don't say the words give list to Spock. We use the give command to give the list to Spock. Thank you, sir. And then we command Spock using the orders menu, crew orders, to analyze. Analyze what, Captain? List. The list has all the attendees as in and out. However, you are marked as having left early, and Popolski not at all. Perhaps Mr. Popolski might resolve this discrepancy. Standard video game logic. No mention of the fact that we've already found the dead body. So I guess we weren't meant to have found the dead body yet? Like, why can't Mr. Spock realize that we've already seen... Spock was with me. He's dead, Spock. Remember the dead... Not that one. Popolski and McCoy are both here. Okay. So now we're in the Popolski dead body room. Spock. Analyze Popolski. I don't have... God! Okay, you can only analyze items which can be carried in hands. Items like list. You cannot analyze bodies of dead people. There he is, Spock. What did you want to ask him? I'm not sure how to make the game understand that we are in the room with the dead body that Spock told us to. Look. I'm in a stateroom in the area Popolski McCoy, you. Look at Popolski. It's a Popolski. Close examination of the body reveals large discolorations at the sides of the neck. This owns. Yeah, like the Popolski family, and it's one of the many Popolskis. You know, there's Leon Popolski's, the person dead, deceased, but we can't forget his brother James Popolski, the mother Janice Popolski. This is just one of the Popolskis. It's a Popolski here. I feel like I should be able to do something here. What if we have Spock analyze the list? while we're in the same room here. Where is Polsky? I know I'm talking to Spock with all these. I don't really know, Captain. Spock, you are a buffoon. You are an imbecile. Right, let's move on. What's Formid suit? Colorful cushions in the Formid manner add life to the functional furniture in the sitting room of the Formid guest suite. 2 beds for Ambassador Sori's aides. Denis and Marie make the small stateroom unusually cramped. Marie. Touch her? I'm not really sure, like, what I'm supposed to be doing. Like, obviously, yeah, we're supposed to investigate the mysterious intruder and arrest them once we've located them, but, like, I don't really know how. Sori's here. Let's examine them. Oh, this is the ambassador. The ambassador, of course, of course. Dim red light and acrid incense give the meditation chamber an otherworldly aura, make it seem far removed from the high-tech modernity of the Enterprise. Ceremonial prayer rug lies on the floor in front of the small altar, flanked by intricately carved golden incense burners. In the area, Thembo root, Denis. Dennis? Curious looking root in the room. Let's examine it. Thembo roots a few centimeters in length, deep brown in color. Take it? Touch it? Eat it? As you take the root in your hand, a small amount of powder is dislodged. You can't help inhaling a few particles. The feeling of nausea is almost overpowering. However, you manage to maintain your composure. Huh. The aged Dennis moves very slowly, her arthritic right hand clutching claw-like at her elaborately carved cane. Startling blue eyes, however, retain their vitality and intensity. Can I take? There's no take command? Do I have to go into the inventory menu? Oh, in the area. Okay. 1. Destination achieved, sir. Entering the Ashada system. The bridge view screen, the star system Ashada quickly moves into view. Oh, okay, so we're in the system. We cannot establish orbit, though, until we've solved the mystery. We had a fair amount of time. But I'm nowhere near solving the mystery. Oh, I picked up the Thembo root. Okay. So let's give it to Spock. Spock? Yes, Captain. Give Thembo root. Thank you, sir. Analyze Thembo root. There is nothing unusual about the Thembo root. Okay. Few personal touches distinguish the stateroom of Kurt Vander Wise from the Enterprise's other guest rooms. I don't know what this guy's deal is. Ruddy and corpulent. Oh, he's fat. is exactly what he seems. Highly prosperous businessman. Elegant Vanderwise stands imperiously, idly fingering his jeweled walking stick, brushing back his long vermilion hair. In one eye he wears a crystal monocle. Oh, it's the monocle guy. Smiles constantly, is eager to please. This will touch him. No perceptible effect. Say remove Flogus Amgriel. I don't know why I'm not making a map. What am I doing? I need to be mapping this. I cannot believe I'm just wandering without mapping. This is insanity. Where's my map? Map program. We need to get ye old Trisbort back in action here. Trisbort. Look at this. What's this? Oh, this is Arkham Manor. Remember Arkham Manor? Remember Mystery of Arkham Manor? Man, that game was so terrible. What an awesome game. That was terrible. Boop. Deleted. Alright, let's move. Remember that game? It was terrible. It kind of was. It was interesting. It doesn't make it good. Put that there. Like, simply trying to move around from room to room in that game was a process because it continually dropped inputs terribly. Like, you have to sit there and mash buttons frequently, and the puzzles didn't make any sense, and it was split into two halves, and you couldn't go back from part 2 to part 1, but you had to carry items from part 1 into part 2, and there's no idea which items you're supposed to bring with you from part 1 to part 2, so frequently you would get to the second half of the game and just be completely in an unwinnable state with no way of knowing that that's the case, because you were supposed to have brought the hammer from part 1 instead of the log or whatever, that sort of game. Very silly. Okay, let's start mapping here. The news articles, yeah, we had to write news articles to gain money, but it didn't actually check the text of any of the news articles. So we just sent like the same gibberish article like 1,000 times to max out our cash. A very silly game. So this is stateroom. We are currently in Amgriel's stateroom. We can go up to the corridor. I'm just going to wander around and map stuff. So up from here is Wise. Okay. This is stateroom of Wise. I'm going to just ignore the mission. I think I've already missed a whole bunch of like important interactions and things. I'm just going to ignore all of that for now and just draw maps. Because I love maps. Corridor. Johansson likes to hang out here. Make a note. Johansson. Up to the dining room. Down to the Formid suite. So if we go up, this is where Swartz is in the dining room. We can go up from here to reach the kitchen. If we go into the kitchen, kitchen serves 3 dining areas. These decks, those on decks 4, 5, and 6. Stairway leads up to the junior officer's mess on deck 4. Stairway leads. See, this is kind of something I was worried about with mapping. I think they might have actually like put the entire Enterprise in this game. Right goes to a stairway. Up goes to a stairway. So if we go up, connects the main kitchen on deck 5 to junior officer's mess on deck 4. I wonder if they're all like... Let's go back. That means the stairway on the right would be the one that goes to deck 6. I don't know if we're ever going to need to go to these different decks. Let's go back to the crew or the corridor. Johansson left. I'm on deck 6. No, go back to the crew mess, stairway, kitchen, dining room, corridor. Okay, we're back. Go right. There. We go up. This is Stewart's room. Stewart is the minister. Go down. This is Popolski's room. A Popolski's room. Bones is currently here. He'll just stay there forever, apparently. Don't think he's doing anything in particular, but he's there. Another corridor. Up from here. Largely, I just want to be able to find the different staterooms and the guests without having to always walk into every single room searching for them. Okay, so this is another stateroom of Chambers. Chambers is the commander. It's the Federation. This is Hodges. Hodges is the doctor who wanted to meet Bones, but I couldn't actually introduce them because it seems to be impossible. Up, go right. Another corridor. This will eventually loop back into itself. Down to Spock's room, up to the lounge. Go up to the lounge. There is nowhere else to go. Go into Spock's room. We can enter Spock's room, but he couldn't get in there. And he has a bedroom. We go into Spock's bedroom. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. You're in Spock's bedroom. Hello, Damabanes. Welcome. I heard about the dyslexic spy got caught with a suitcase nuke in the post office. Fission mailed. Thank you, Baines. I guess we should examine these rooms. Oh, we need to go back to the Formix room because they had all the different side rooms from there too. Or not. We don't need to examine. We need to inventory the rooms. Because if there's items laying around, it's not clear whether or not the game will tell us about them without us first searching for them. So let's go to Spock's room, his bedroom, inventory here, nothing. Okay, back to the corridor. All right, this is deck 5. Turbo lift. If we go right from here, this is our quarters. I believe this is over here. Let's put it here. Corridor left to deck 5, down to our quarters. Captain quarters up to the briefing room. This is our room. We also have a bedroom. Let's go up to the briefing room. There's nowhere else to go from here. Okay, go down, right. I believe we are now here. So if I go up, will Wise be here? No, Rablar. Okay, so there's still another corridor. Stateroom of Rablar. Not Reblar, it's Rublar. A bed, freestanding wardrobe, nightstand are the main items in the Spartan stateroom assigned to Cavalis Rablar. Let's take a look at him. Elderly Rablar's wizened face reveals a kind and understanding soul, totally unlike the countenances of the other diplomats. And this is Zlatif's room. Oppressive damp heat's the first thing you notice as you step through the door into Zlatif's. I don't know how to pronounce that. Special climate-controlled stateroom. Let's take a look. Like most citizens of Belzix, Ambassador Zlatif is short of stature with a wide muscled body that radiates strength. The drying effect of the ship's atmosphere causes him to have a slightly greenish mottled skin with the damp cloud. I think I did that already. It radiates strength. So we went right. If I go up from here, this is Wise. Okay. So this loops around to here. So we're looking at deck 5 being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like 8 rooms long, and it wraps around. That's not too bad. That's definitely manageable. So if we take the turbo lift back to deck 7, it seems like deck 1 is the bridge, deck 5 and deck 7 are the other 2 places that are important. I mean, we were told in the manual that those are the important places. So let's go map out deck 7. Deck 7. Okay, we're in deck 7. Put this one down here. Make sure it's aligned. Deck 7. Turbo lift. Go right or left. I guess we'll go right. I'll use the same format here. Go right. This is the corridor. Down to engineering. Up to library. Let's go to engineering. The dials, meters, and gauges of the main engineering control room surround you. From here, Mr. Scott and his expert crew control and monitor the vast power of the Enterprise. In the area, Scott, generator, defense screens, tractor beams, warp drive. That's a lot of stuff! And we can go left right, up, and down. How can we go left? The turbo lift is there. Oh dear. Guess we have to stretch that down here. Left is office. Ladder to the right. Engineering 2. Connect all these. To make note that in engineering we have generator, we have defense screens, tractor, beams, warp drive. Just in case we have to interact with any of those. Let's go left. Mr. Scott's office. Tapes of technical journals line shelves on all 4 walls. More are piled on his desk. On the rear wall is a shelf dedicated to a large collection of alien liquor bottles. Give me the brandy. Oh, there's no brandy. There's no Saurian brandy or Romulan ale or anything. Boring. Let's go to the ladder. Okay, this ladder goes... I'm in the ladder. Left takes me where I just was. Up to engineering? Level 6 engineering? So if I go up, am I now on level 6? This is the upper level of engineering. Looking out over the main engineering on deck 7. There's a door here leading to the ship's chart room. What? This place is huge. Right to the chart room. Oh, wait, up to the corridor. We're on deck 6. Okay, so this is technically deck 6 here. I'll put that there. Let me look at the chart room. Lighted star charts line the walls. Okay, let's get out of here. Left, down, left to engineering. Down from here is engineering 2. Dilithium monitor station. Okay. Go up, up. Now we're back here. Let's go to the library. Thousands of tape cartridges are in racks all around. Why is this so huge? Wait, I went up to reach the library, but down takes me to the stacks. Left and right to the corridor? Nurse Chapel. Nurse Chapel appears upset. Captain, I'm really worried about Dr. McCoy. He's been acting strange. For the record, Captain, I'd like to file this report. She secretly slips a folded report into your palm. Interesting. I'm very confused as to the geography here of Deck 7. I'm now here. I think maybe library is just like a giant room like this. But there's also stacks here. I suspect it's kind of like this. Sick bay is there, up to the library. Let's make a note that we found Nurse Chapel here. Okay. Examine. Report. The report filed by Nurse Chapel describes events which took place in sick bay this morning. According to Chapel, Dr. McCoy wandered around the room aimlessly, failed to recognize her on sight, and handled medical apparatus as though it were totally unfamiliar to him. He's the imposter? But that was this morning. When did the people beam on board? How much time has passed? There's 282 turns have passed. Did the... Now this is very suspicious. Very suspicious. We're gonna have to question McCoy. I think he's in the same room as the dead body still. Let me go back up to the library, down to the stacks. Cabinets containing countless info disks, organized by call number using standard Federation information retrieval codes. The Tripug system, of course. Go up to the study area. It's a well-lit room, several comfortable viewing carols. Carrel? Used by crew members who prefer to read in quiet surroundings. Captain, could I have a word with you in my office? I'd like to have Mr. Spock in on this too, as soon as he can. I will follow you, Captain. Study area. And see, this is where the benefit of the map comes in, because I know exactly where Mr. Scott's office is. So we're in the study area, so we go down, we go right, we go down, we go left. Thick reference volume sits on top of Scotty's desk. Out of the corner of your eye, you notice Spock approaching. How could this be? Spock is standing right next to you! Suddenly, the other Spock reaches out to apply the Vulcan nerve pinch to the Spock at your side. Startled, you watch as this Spock falls unconscious at your feet. His features undergo a startling transformation, revealing that he is actually a shape-changing being from the planet Celtic. In his normal state, the shape-changer has an enormously high forehead and a slight, unmuscled humanoid body. Like all Celtics, this member of the ancient and powerful race has an enormously high forehead, a slim body of considerably less than human stature, and eyes which seem both kindly and knowing. Spock drops his light grip on the Celtic's shoulder since he's regained consciousness and offers no resistance. It seems we have a wee bit of an imposter here, Captain. I found Mr. Spock, the real one, of course, tied up in an access tunnel. Apparently our visitor sang Mr. Spock a lullaby and took his place on the bridge. Even I find the appearance of another Mr. Spock a little disconcerting. Fortunately, the deception was quickly discovered by Mr. Scott. Captain Kirk, forgive me for my deceptive guise. My name is Denjik of the planet Celtic. Our people have also observed the powerful signal emanating from the Tal system. We are aware of the Federation's mission to locate the pulse. Frankly, we are disappointed that a representative of our race was not invited to offer assistance. We've long been faithful allies of the Federation, Captain, and I can assure you that my purpose on board the Enterprise is friendly and without evil intent. My only desire is to offer whatever help I can on the mission. Celtics are well known for their rarefied ethical standards. Our guest undoubtedly feels the nature of the situation justifies his unorthodox methods. As no one has suffered appreciable injury, I believe we should cooperate fully with his request. There's a dead body! There's literally a dead body! I didn't know, Captain. I cannot trust this shape changer. Not after he tied up Mr. Spock. I'd arrest the crafty devil. May I remain at liberty on the Enterprise and assist you on this mission? No. I understand. I'll offer no resistance. Spock walks in and leads Denjik out. Denjik leaves. What about the dead body? I'm so... Is there another intruder? I think this is supposed to happen much earlier. Are we sequence breaking the game somehow? A very confusing game. Let's see if we can maybe find the brig so we can ask questions. So we're up in the corridor again. Let's go right from here. It's just to a blank corridor, okay. Oh, back to mapping. Back to mapping. Go right again. Down to transporter? Wait, what? Oh, the transporter, of course, the transporter. Not the turbo lift. Drag all that down. Going into the transporter, Renner and the transporter, the tech station and supplies. Supplies. Down to the tech station. Nothing there. Go up, go right. Supply room, there's nothing here. Let's just double check. Go to the touch menu, and go to the inventory menu. This is the supplies closet. In the area, nothing. Okay, good. We have no supplies. All right. Security, nice, okay. In order to align this with there, I guess what I should do is, oh god. This needs to come over here. Like that. It's gotta come down because we have security here. If I go right, oh, boop. Okay, it looks like deck 7 is much smaller than deck 5. Because we're already in Nurse Chapel, sick bay area. If we go down from here, we're in the sick bay. Tools of the medical profession fill sick bay. The kingdom of Dr. Leonard McCoy, your chief surgeon and loyal friend. We have to find Bones, like the real Bones? Is there a real Bones? Is Bones just drunk? In the area, Carasus? Who's that? Tall woman with short dark hair and high cheekbones. We got a touch. There's no perceptible effect. We can't smell we can't touch very many things effectively. A linguist with brown hair and brown eyes, 5'11". Why do we? What about their bust, waist, and hips? Can we get their 3 measurements? Can we get their blood type? How does the oxygen get delivered to their blood cells? Right. Recuperation. Left. Office. Down. IC unit. Dr. McCoy's office. Bookshelf on one wall contains many souvenirs. The Enterprise, including several print books. Hand-whittled flute from his last shore leave. Oh, cool. Right. Beds line the walls. Go down. Intensive care unit bears a distinct resemblance to the bridge, with all available wall space covered with sophisticated monitoring equipment. Small bed in the heart of this medical electronics jungle. Kerasis. How are you? Oh, I walked to the office. The backspace button on the keyboard it walks left. It's the same as arrow keys left. I guess because the backspace button on the keyboard has an arrow on it pointing left. They decided when they made this emulator to map backspace to the left arrow key. So I'm constantly... Kerasis? How did you get here? How are you? Where are you? I'm in sickbay. What are you doing? I don't know the word doing. It's a Kerasis. Okay. Sure is. There's chapel. Let's head over to security and see if we can interrogate our prisoner. Security reception area is carpeted. The walls are painted pleasant pastel colors. Obviously, Starfleet psychologists have realized the effect of surroundings on potentially violent beings. In the area is Lee. You notice that Lee's leaning forward in his chair, attentively viewing an instruction tape. Oh god. These rooms are gapped farther apart. We really have to get some space here. This is an ugly map. It's mega sloppy. Maybe that'll work. So from here we can go right or down. And we have Lee in this room. Oh, hello, Reg. Welcome. We are trekking yet again into the stars, this time on the Apple II in full text mode with minimal graphics, but they are there. What's he... Let's examine Lee. "5'5" with black hair and blue eyes. Okay. Go to the office of the head of security. I don't remember, did they even have like an established head of security in the original series? It was much more prominent position in TNG with Tasha Yar and Worf. I don't remember like a security officer, like a named security officer in TOS. Go right. Gomez is here. You're standing in one of the Enterprise's maximum security detention cells. Hope it's only a visit. They usually died. Yeah, that's a fair point. They wore red shirts and usually got vaporized. Let's examine Gomez. The muscular Gomez is 6'2" with a shock of black hair falling over his forehead. His eyes are as blue as the waterways on Elysius. Denjik. Nothing unusual about Denjik. Just a shape changer, just a shapeshifter, an ancient race. Nothing unusual. Denjik. Yes, Captain. How did you get here? No, it's... How did you board the Enterprise? I don't know the word board. Where is McCoy? Oh, I know, Captain. Examine. Oh, no, not the examine menu. Yeah, I was just thinking about that, but no, like I should probably stick to the explicit questions or statements here in the menus rather than typing my own. We don't have alien questions, but maybe that just sits under questions? Why did you do it? I do not know what you speak of. Can you help us? I'm sorry, I can't think of anything helpful. You were offering to help earlier before we threw you in jail. I guess you retract that now? Attack orders? Crew orders? No, we don't care about crew orders. Nobody has properly answered the where or how did you get here question, no. Who do you suspect? I have no idea. I can't get over how we found a dead body, but just nobody cares. And I can't seem to communicate this fact to anybody. Hurt the bones. Come here. Heading to the brig. McCoy enters. Are you real? What was that, Captain? Pinch bones. No, I can't say the word pinch bones. Questions. Who do you suspect? I have no idea. What are you doing? I don't know the word doing. It's a McCoy. This parser is terrible. This is a terrible parser. What if I show... Okay, is McCoy in the room with me right now? Is this McCoy in the room with us right now? I'm talking to him still. I'm on the comms with him still. But is he in the room, in the corridor I'm standing in? I guess we need to try and touch. He's not in this room. Okay, let's go back to the brig. And let me give the Nurse Chapel's report to McCoy. Thank you, sir. Analyze report. There's nothing unusual. It's all about you! It's about you being a doofus stumbling around aimlessly like an imposter. What do you think? Tell me your thoughts on this information I presented with you. Do you have thoughts? Bones, you're my oldest friend. Please, be normal. Just can. Oh, Mega Number, welcome. Hello. Yeah, you mentioned you'd played this one, or you had a copy of this. We're doing the Apple II one just for fun. I kind of arbitrarily picked. No, I didn't arbitrarily. The DOS one had 4-color CGA graphics, and I was immediately put off by them, so I decided to play the Apple II version. But yeah, it's visually very different. Just the interface and everything. I'm not very far in. I'm kind of struggling to come to grips with the parser. It's quite bad. It's very bad. But the game's really slick. Like, I really like all the detail and effort they went to. The manual said that in the Apple II version, we don't have access to tricorders, or we cannot change our clothes as Kirk. But we do have the ability to set our phasers to stun or kill. But in the IBM version, you can only turn them on or off. I think those are like the main differences I remember from the manual. But I did skim through a lot of it. Maybe we're good. Maybe we just solved all the problems. We've arrested the intruder. Let's just carry on with the mission. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe the dead body's irrelevant. Maybe he just is dead. So let's head to the turbo lift. Maybe he's just dead. Oops. Go to bridge. Let's talk to Sulu. We need to orbit Gothica. Appearing on the bridge view screen, the blue-green world of Gothica shimmers by. Oh, dude, look at this! See, imagine this in 4-color CGA with purple and magenta and garish blue. This looks so cool. Beautiful. Gothica is a Class M planet, although perhaps a bit more harsh. Covered mostly by ocean. However, there are many islands, the largest of which are in a crescent-shaped group near the equator. Most of the population is clustered in this region. Entering standard orbit around Gothica, Captain. Captain, we have a report that technician Renner was overpowered by an unknown crewman who beamed down to the planet. Chambers enters. Who's Chambers? Commander. Captain, I've called the diplomats together to beam down for the coronation ceremonies. We hope to see you on Gothica. Shields are down. Transporter cleared for use. We have a second intruder. So there's 2 intruders. Everything was not fine. There's the first intruder who impersonated Spock. And then there's the second intruder who impersonated us. And probably Popolsky at some point. There's multiple intruders. So I don't think this is good. So let's head to the turbo lift. Let's go to the Transporter. Transporter. Transplant chamber. The manual talked about like assembling an away team and all that, and like specific commands to do transportation. Guess we should bring that up again. Oops, cropping's all bad. There we go. Transporter orders. Okay, you and your landing party must be in the transporter room to beam down. Most of the commands should be given to Renner, the transporter officer. Use Energize only when you wish to beam down to a planet or beam up to the ship alone. Type Renner, Energize. To beam up alone, type Kirk to Renner, Energize. Beam us down when you wish to beam down to a planet with your entire landing party. The crew member you command to beam you down will not come with your landing party. If you issue the command beam us down without typing Renner first, the person to whom you last talked will beam down your landing party, including Renner, since she is in the transporter room. Oh god. Use beam us up when you want to beam up with your landing party. Bringing a landing party to the surface of every planet you visit allows you more options for action, since more crew members will be there to make observations. For best results, give this command to Renner. She will select and gather those crew members who will be of the greatest assistance to you on the surface of the planet. They'll meet you in the transporter room and be ready to beam down. After beaming up, give Spock the return to stations command. He'll instruct the entire landing party to return to their posts. Okay, so let's have Renner give us a landing party. Prepare a landing party. Landing party is now assembled in the transporter room. So we're speaking to Renner, so we can say beam us down. Cool. You're in a small antechamber on Gothica. The room is decorated with heavy tapestries which depict famous battles in the history of the planet. In the area, Demon, Rackmere, Spock, McCoy, Scott. Okay, so I guess our landing party was Spock, McCoy, and Scott. Maybe Demon and Rackmere are also our red shirts. It's unclear. Maybe they're people who were here waiting for us. Standing before you, you see Lord Demon, aide to the Crown Prince Clavis of Gothica. Welcome to Gothica, Captain Kirk. It does our planet great honor to have you and the delegation you bring here with us on this notable occasion. A Cassin. Please proceed to the Royal Chapel, where the Crown Prince will accept the sacred scepter and the kingship which it symbolizes. Demon leaves. I think we're about to get a game over because we didn't stop the intruder from beaming down. Like the second intruder overpowered somebody and beamed down, and we didn't do anything about it. So we're probably going to get a game over while we're here. But I'm excited to see. We are in the antechamber. We can go right to a corridor. Paintings of the great nobles of Gothica line the walls of the corridor, which runs north and south. Corridor. Lower level. I don't know where to go. Up. Corridor dead ends to the north, where a large soldier in a tall hat stands vigilant watch in front of a vaulted door. Another corridor runs at right angles to this one. Hallway continues to the south. Okay, Royal Chapel's up there. And corridor. Let's go into the chapel. An awe-inspiring vaulted ceiling and exquisite stained glass windows distinguish the Royal Chapel of Gothica. Ivory throne of Gothica rests on a raised square platform near the center of the room. To the east is a set of double doors, the main entrance to this vast ceremonial hall. Other doors open to the north, west, and south. In the area, scepter. The royal scepter, symbol of the monarchy of Gothica, glitters before you. Whoa! That's a chair. That's not a scepter. Imagine games with this kind of graphics in 1988. I guess this is kind of basic for 1988, but I think it looks great. I think these graphics are awesome. Yeah, can we become the king? The diplomats arrive. Varg enters. Who's that? A footman enters. Two footmen in full ceremonial dress uniforms take their place by the dais. Demon enters. We got music. Lord Demon, resplendent in a gold and silver trimmed robe, leads the procession to the dais where the scepter is displayed. The crowd pushes forward, trying to see the royal party. The royal party enters. The roar of the crowd reaches a thrilling crescendo as the Crown Prince Clavis steps majestically into the chapel. The tall monarch-to-be nods regally to the left and to the right as he advances to the ivory throne. Prince Clavis has advanced only a few steps when one of the footmen charges out of the crowd. Torchlight glints off the blade of his knife as he lunges at the prince. Grand Patriarch Emmis, caught between the hunter and his quarry, panics, waving his arms in wide circles. The cheers become gasps and screams as the knife wielder shreds the patriarch's vestments in his attempt to get at the crown prince. But the patriarch, in a blind panic, manages to strike the knife out of the assassin's hands. As chaos seizes the hall, the assassin escapes out the double doors. Someone has stolen the royal scepter. You notice a blood-soaked bundle on the ground. This is terrible, just terrible. An attempt on Crown Prince Clavis's life, the royal scepter stolen. I must go announce that the coronation will be postponed. I'd like to speak with you privately. Please meet me in the royal audience chamber. You can recognize it by the royal seal inlaid on the door. I'll send Varg on ahead to wait for you. I must go now. Varg leaves. Demon leaves. Diplomats leave. Dang. I wonder if that is like an event that could have been avoided. Or maybe there's no possible way for us to actually stop the intruder. I mean, I didn't try all that hard. I just ignored it and started mapping and moved on. I don't know. I wonder how much of this is on rails and how much of it is open-ended or like optional. This game's cool. This is very interesting. A whole bunch of corridors. There was a bundle in the room, so let's do the inventory. Knife. Okay, let's examine it before picking it up. few fibers from the Grand Patriarch's cloak cling to the tip of the blade. Clearly, the assassin almost succeeded with the wrong target. Let's inventory 1. Okay, I took it. I assume Mr. Spock is here with me. Let's give it to Mr. Spock. Spock. Spock, can't hear you. I didn't tell the landing party to follow me. The landing party is still all waiting back at the antechamber. Oh, I went here to the lower level on accident. You're standing in a large airy room. A sculpture of 2 men toiling in front of video screens is located in the center of the room. Corridors lead north and east. To the west, a stairway goes up. So many corridors. We go up, left. There they are. There is anarchy in the air and the great unrest among the people. The Crown Prince has many enemies, and for his safety we have placed sentries at the door. The men of the Royal Hussars will prevent any incident from marring this occasion. What? Thank you, sir. What? Who are you, Rakmir? Bodyguards have similar look all over the galaxy. There's no mistaking the tightly reined power in the aid. If we open the orders menu, since we're on a planet, scan for life, fan out, regroup. I don't. Spot. Yes, Captain. I want to give him the knife. Thank you, sir. Analyze knife. There's nothing unusual about the knife. Okay. Back to exploring. I forgot to have them follow me. Okay, go back down, go left. So do I have to say... Okay, we have to say Spock. Follow me. Bones. Can I just go like Bones, follow me? You can't. Okay. Scott, follow me. Alright. Now we're all together. Alright, let's go up and left from here. So I'm in this corridor. Oh, and another corridor leads north. Is that this one or is that a different one? Up. It's that one. Okay. Arched door to the east wall of this north-south corridor. Fancifully embellished map of Gothica is painted on the wall facing the ornate door. Go up here to another corridor. Let's go up. Standing in the intersection of 2 short hallways, a statue on a small pedestal. Go right. Can I examine that? No. Wait, only Mr. Scott's following me? Oh my god. Scott's face betrays his Celtic origins. His brown eyes sparkle with a boy's enthusiasm, and his brown hair is yet to thin. He stands 6'2". We can only have one person. Oh my. Yeah, Taters games. It's like herding cats. I guess we can't all hang out together. Yep, Spock and McCoy stayed here. Even after I told them to follow me, they stopped following me once I told Mr. Scott to follow me. Like, oh, Scott's following me, but we don't need to anymore. Let's just stay here. So there's no way to have multiple people follow at once. So there was no reason, as far as I can tell, to bring a landing party down here. Spock has the knife. We'll just let him do his own thing. We need to keep exploring these corridors. Go up, right. The intersection of a north-south corridor with one which leads off to the west. That's where I came from. Statue of King Clavis II, grandfather of the new king, is displayed on a mahogany pedestal. They have mahogany on this planet? I find it highly illogical that a planet billions of light years away from Earth would have the same species of tree. Highly illogical, Captain. How is there mahogany on Gothica? Maybe they imported it. So we can go north, or we can go up or down. Let's go down. A small north-south corridor. To the west, a portal leads to a large atrium. Door on the east wall. Lower level to the west? I'm not here. Or here. Corridor. Left to lower level. Oh god. Right to a small office, down to a corridor, up to a corridor. So I go down. This is a corridor I haven't been to before. But I never went to this corridor either. So this could be this one here. But no, I can't go left from here to there, so that's a different corridor. So I can't confirm that that connects to that. Let's stretch all this over here. This is very, very confusing. Okay, so go up. From here, if I go left to the lower level, that is this lower level here. If I go right from here, we're in this okay, no, this is that. Okay, so that is that. So that just goes like that. Small office over here. Corridor down, corridor up. So I go back up. Now we're here. We go up from here. We're in this corridor. Arched double doors. Pair of beefy soldiers in tall hats. Stand at attention. Front of the doors are fierce enough to discourage unauthorized entry. We can go up again. So let's do that. To another corridor. We can go up again to another corridor. Go up again to a chamber. You're in a chamber just up a north-south corridor from the main entrance to the Great Chapel of Gothica. The royal crest of Gothica set into the dark wood door and wood stones in the area of Varg. Okay, this is the guy who told us to meet with him. Demon enters. Captain Kirk, battle lines are being drawn around us. There must be one uncontested ruler to lead us together. That leader has always borne the scepter. We support the Federation and wish to be inducted into it. However, all our wishes will be swept away if Murgon takes power. Who's that? I implore you to help find the culprit and the scepter. Varg was in the chapel when the incident occurred. I have asked him to assist you in this affair. Lord Demon motions the royal footman Varg to speak. The assassin was the other footman on duty for the coronation. Usually that would be Niles, but I didn't recognize the man. I couldn't get a good look at his face because he had a large mustache. Lord Demon's eyes narrow as he makes a mental note. This is highly irregular. Niles was supposed to be on duty. Maybe we should try to find him. Okay. Let's grab all this. Drag it down here. Not sure if I have my map correct or not. Go down to the corridor. Down to the other corridor. Yeah, I had an extra corridor in there. Left to the chapel. Up to this corridor. Oh, I skipped the text. I don't think it's going to be anything of importance. Nope, not examine. We need to look. South of Vaulted Guard, uniformed soldier. Okay. Who is Demon? We're on an away mission right now. We're on the planet Gothica. Demon is a guy who lives here. We were coming to this planet. We escorted some ambassadors to the planet of Gothica to attend a coronation ceremony. While we were journeying here, we were told of an intruder on board the Enterprise, and there's some sort of doppelganger, shape-changing character who's assuming different people's identity and sneaking around, and somebody died. Somebody impersonated Spock and tied up the real Spock, but it turns out the person who impersonated Spock is potentially a friendly shapeshifter. And there was another shapeshifter who was not so friendly, who killed somebody, who then, when we arrived here, beamed down ahead of us and sabotaged the coronation ceremony. And so now we're working with Demon and Varg to find the intruder. It's very complicated. And then to top it all off, this is only our secondary mission. Our primary mission objective is to find the source of a super luminal what they call it? Light beam? Phase mass? I don't remember what they called it. There's some sort of gigantic wave flying through space at warp 34. And it's originating somewhere in this general area, deep in Klingon space. And so our secret primary mission is to investigate the source of the beam. Yeah, warp 34! It's super fast. Our primary mission is to investigate the source of the beam and establish first contact with whatever race transmitted it, because the Federation has ascertained that it's some sort of communication. So we're trying to make contact with them before the Klingons do, but this is kind of like a little side story with drama that we're getting wrapped up into, because we were sent here under the guise of escorting the ambassadors, but with secret mission to do this other thing. So it's a very elaborate plot that's developing here. And I get the sense that I've missed out on lots and lots of different like puzzle solutions and things I could do leading up to this point. Like I might have been able to prevent the saboteur from beaming down here in the first place if I were a bit better at being a detective. But I didn't. And so now chaos has broken out here on the planet. And no, that's kind of where we're at right now. We're on the planet Gothica searching for probably a shapeshifter who has sabotaged the coronation ceremony. I guess I should go back to my landing party and tell them to scan for life. So let's go. Okay, let's talk to Spock. Can I just say Spock scan for life? Sorry, sir. No unusual life reading on the proximity scan. Spock, you are useless. We'll just explore by ourselves. Let's go to the upper level. In a small room on the spaceport level of the building, corridors lead east and north. To the west, the stairway leads back to the lower level. Oh, I hate when this happens. We went left to get to the upper level, but going left from here takes us back there. And we can go right from here. So that connects like that. I'll just put the upper level down here. Up. Runs between the stairway and the passageway to the launch pad and landing bays. Going up. The door at the north end of the corridor prevents you from walking further in that direction. Hallways continues to the south. There's a sign affixed to the door. Landing bay sub-access, do not enter. Okay. So let's go down, down, right. The door with a small sign on it is at the east end of this east-west corridor. Painting of a Gothican light cruiser on the south wall, the hallway near the door. Let's go in. The office of the spaceport director in the area, Niles. Oh, we found him. He's just right here. But is this the real one or the fake one? Is this the imposter? In the corner is a man bound and gagged. A quick tug on his bonds frees him. Is that Niles? Oh, thank you for releasing me, sir. I was waylaid and then bound. Waylaid and then bound. Well, happens to the best of us. Pray that no harm has come to the king. Okay, we found him. So what do? I guess we say, Niles, follow me. Let's head back to Demon. Lower level. We're going to go up, up, right, up, up, up. In the area of Varg and Demon. I found Niles. I don't know the word found. This is killing me. We were explicitly told to find Niles. I then found Niles, and there is no acknowledgement from the person who told us to find him that we found him. Like, there's it doesn't even understand the word found. God. Niles? Maybe we should try and question Niles? How'd you get here? I was overcome from behind while dressing, and I came to I was tied up over there. Who do you suspect? I never saw the man. He knocked me unconscious as I was checking my ceremonial dress in front of the mirror in the dressing room. So you were looking in the mirror, and he snuck up behind you while you were looking in a mirror, but you didn't see him, even though you were looking at a mirror when he snuck up behind you. Alright, Niles, you are a full Dumbo. You are a fully dumb. Maybe it's a vampire. He has no reflection. Oh, that might be it. Demon. Yes, Captain. Questions? Who do you suspect? I don't know who performed the deed, but right-wing radicals were certainly behind it. They have the same right-left political ideological split in their culture as well? This is very... What? Okay, Gothica. Let's take a look at Demon. What does he look like? Let's look real closely at Demon. There's nothing unusual. Okay, let's not look at Demon. Questions? Can you help us? Sorry, I can't think of anything helpful. Oh, yeah. Niles. Can you help us? I'm sorry, I can't think of anything helpful. Like, do I bring Niles with me? Where'd Mr. Scott go? Because Mr. Scott was... I bet Mr. Scott is still in the room where we found Niles. Because Mr. Scott was following me around. But then we found Niles, and I had him follow me. And we can only have one person follow at a time. So I suspect Kirk to Scott. Todd's here, sir. Where are you? I'm in an office. Yeah. Mr. Scott is still down here. This game is really cool. It's kind of hard to play. Like, this is a really what's the word? It's like Kagurado said, the game lacks awareness. It's very hard to tell if what I'm doing, like, is doing anything. Or what I'm supposed to be doing or anything like that. As far as I can tell, there's no more rooms to explore down here, and we already found the person we were looking for, but then just there's nothing else to do. Wait, I never went to this office. I don't think. Alright, let's just go. Mr. Scott. Small office. Yeah, a metal desk and a couple of chairs with matching, if slightly tattered, cushions are the main furniture in this small office. Trash basket. Okay, this is huge. Trash basket. Examine. Oops, not 8. We need apple 8. Time to rummage through trash. Round wooden basket rimmed with beaten copper. It's about a foot deep and contains mostly paper. Some clumps of hair and a tube of glue are also visible. The mustache! Can we take the space trash? Trash basket, take it. Oh, we got the space trash. Okay. There is another room here. You're tripping me up here. I can't show. I could give the trash to Demon? Oh, Demon? Yes, Captain? Give to Demon trash. What do you think about this trash basket? Thank you, sir. Analyze trash. What is going on? There's hair in the trash, sir. That's disgusting. So that's the disguise that was used by the assassin. The attempted assassin. Because we were told that he had a big mustache. And then this has got to be the mustache. So after the attempted assassination, they ran to the office, ripped the mustache off, threw it in the trash, and then just carried on with their day. They were... I find it very tough to understand what I'm supposed to be doing. Damn it. Give me the trash. Thank you. You're quite welcome, Captain. I also have this Varg character. Mutton chop whiskers gives Varg's face a comical appearance. They also make him appear older than he actually is. So can we like extract the hair from the trash and take hair samples of people on this planet and like compare the DNA strands of the hair to find out whose hair made the mustache, so we could determine who the assassin was, because they probably would have used their own hair or something? This guy's got mutton chop whiskers. Ugh. Can I... Give me your hair. I don't know the word hair. I'm out of here. Dr. Renner. Beam us up. Energizing. Niles came with me! Sir! Coded transmissions from the Gothican militia indicate that a full-scale civil war has broken out. Apparently a right-wing group in control of part of the militia is attempting a palace coup. Captain, I have priority transmission from Starfleet coming in. Sir, I regret to inform you that you've been relieved command. Commander Spock will not take over your duties. I'm sorry, sir. I shouldn't have beamed up. That's my bad. I beamed up. I shouldn't have beamed up. I never will understand humans. I never saved. I have my potential save state that may or may not have worked. Oh dear, 497. Okay, we're just gonna restart. Everything's fine. We're just gonna restart. We have a nice handy map here. It's gonna take 3 seconds to get back to where I was. It's highly illogical, Captain. I'm gonna take a quick break here. Actually, been streaming for 4.5 hours. I think it's a good time to take a break. I was told this would be a light, breezy afternoon adventure, but I feel like that's maybe underselling it a little bit. Maybe it's just the general confusion I'm suffering from because of the parser issues. Let me save my map here. Star Trek, First Contact. We haven't even done any like ship-to-ship combat. We haven't even seen a Klingon yet. We haven't even begun to attempt to work on our primary objective. The source of the Warp 34 beam. But we'll get there. I'm going to take a quick break here. And yeah, then we'll play again. We'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Let's play some more Star Trek. Hello, we're back. Play some more Star Trek First Contact. This is a very strange game. Let's try again. I failed miserably on that first attempt, so let's try again. Let's do a little bit better this time. Yeah, starting over from the beginning. I guess I should probably put down saves along the way. That might be wise. So I strongly suspect that there's probably something I could have done with regard to the whole murder mystery. Because I didn't do anything with that. Change the disc. We don't really need the map for now. Oh, beautiful. There's Mr. Spock. Is this the real Spock, or is this already a fake Spock? Alright, skip all this. Uhura wants us to orbit the planet of Earth, so we tell Sulu, orbit Earth. There it is. Looks great. Entering standard orbit, sir. Uhura, open a channel to Earth. Starfleet Admiral Brandon Takar comes on aboard. Shields are down. I'd like you to escort him to the bridge. Okay, let's go pick him up. Go to the turbo lift. I'm gonna head to deck 7. That's where the bridge is, or where the transporter is. Head. We can go right 1, 2, 3 times, or left 3 times. Let's go left. Gomez darts by you into the turbo lift, barely acknowledging you. What if this is one of the super changeling spies already? Let's go left. Transporter. Gomez, he's here. Hulking young Lieutenant Jacob Gomez, Chief of Security. When I got off the turbo lift, did that say that Gomez walked into the turbo lift? We already have a changeling on board. Yeah. It's just now dawning on me. Same with Chekhov. Because later we encounter Chekhov leaving the turbo lift, and then we go up to the bridge and Chekhov is on the bridge. So at the start of the game, prior to everything happening, we already have an imposter here on the Enterprise. But I guess because Kirk isn't aware of it just yet, we're not really meant to act on it? Interesting, interesting. Could just be sloppy programming too. That's very possible. You never know with these old games. I think it's likely more meant to clue us into something here is not as it seems. Okay, Takar wants to follow us to the bridge. Let's go. Corridor, go right. Nurse Chapel's not outside there. We're outside the turbo lift. Chekhov dashes out. The thing is, I don't believe that these are people who exist in the room. Open up the touch menu, see how I can't interact with Chekhov? So just as Gomez, even though is described in the text as darting by us, we're never in the same room as them, so we can't do anything to them. Yeah, you have to... When playing text adventures, you kind of have to think about it in terms of rooms, and like everything is in discrete rooms typically. There's objects and people inside these rooms, and if the game doesn't recognize that object as being in this room, then you can't do anything with it. So I don't believe that we're meant to do anything with the Chekhov appearance or the Gomez appearance. I think it's just cluing us into strange things happening. Let's touch Tekar, though. I mean, we could always touch him. He jerks away from you, surprise. Your touch has clearly crossed the bounds of propriety. This is the only person who's had like any sort of negative response to Kirk touching them. Everybody else like welcomes it. Except for Spock. Spock just kind of stares at us. Into the turbo lift. Bridge. Please, Captain, let's get to the bridge. It's important. We're literally there. Yeah, Chekhov is here. May I address your crew? Yes, you may. Okay, the Enterprise will head for the Centauri system at Warp 8, orbit Lambda. There, diplomats bound for the coronation will be aboard. The Enterprise will then warp for Gothica, Warp 1. The Federation hopes to establish stronger ties with this neutral planet, so our famous Enterprise and these delegates will represent us on this strategic mission. Trust goes with you all. Thank you. Captain, I must contact Lambda regarding your arrival. Please escort me to the transporter room. Alright. Follow me. We're in the turbo lift. We go back to deck 7. It definitely doesn't seem like there's anything else I can do at this point. We're just forced to pick up Tekar and then transport him back and forth. It is interesting how Nurse Chapel's not here, so I guess she hasn't noticed, or rather McCoy hasn't been acting strange yet. Oops, I walked past it. Fiona, thank you for the 250 bits. Please, Captain, get to the bridge. It's important. We must save all the hot dogs on deck before we run into Romulan space. Oh, I want some hot dogs. I need to make more alerts. There's so many good Star Trek alerts I could make. So many. Practically every scene in Star Trek where a fight happens, it's hilarious and it would be a perfect alert. But that takes time and effort that I could be spending playing video games. Okay, Tekar hands us the envelope with our secret mission. Under no circumstances are you to examine these until you attain station Lambda orbit. Okay, ready to beam down. So now, again, I don't believe there's anything we can do yet until we arrive at Lambda and the guests come aboard. So I'm going to use my fancy technology. To Sulu. Sulu here, sir. Plot a course for Centauri. Locking course on Centauri. Warp 8. Aye, aye, sir. Going to warp factor 8. Okay, so now, by the time we get to the bridge, we'll have arrived. So let's go up to the corridor. Nurse Chapel. I'm always walking by the sickbay here, just in the off chance, just to see when Nurse Chapel appears. So I'm curious about that. She's not here yet. Deck 7, go to the turbo lift. So I'm gonna, I don't know. Into the bridge. Oh, perfect timing. Destination achieved, sir. Entering the Centauri system. Bridge erupts in bright light as the star system Centauri appears on the view screen. Orbit the planet, or orbit Lambda station. Appearing slowly on the view screen, space station Lambda. Yes, dude, this is so cool. If they were back in the retro era, would they be CD Romulans? Maybe. I love the graphics in this. You're entering the Lambda traffic control zone. Acknowledge. Okay, so we need Uhura. Open a channel to Lambda. Diplomats are ready for beam up. So this is when things start to go strange. Shields are down. Transporter cleared for use. Diplomats are on board. Commander Chambers escorted them to the visitors' lounge for my formal welcome. Helm ready, sir. So we could begin. I don't see any reason why not to begin flying to Gothica. I'm going to do a save here. I wasn't able to get the in-game saving and loading to work, so I'm just going to do a save state. Right there. This seems like where we're first actually given some sort of latitude to begin doing things, other than what's explicitly being told. So let's head down to the lounge. So they're in the lounge. So that's deck 5 lounge right here. And this is where we encounter Spock acting strange. Okay, so we head to deck 5. Go left. No, Spock's not here yet. Okay, just head into the lounge. Okay, Popolsky is still alive and here. So okay, we have Commander Chambers. Stewart is the minister. Popolsky. Hodges is the doctor. And then is Latif, Rablar, Amgreel, Wise. Sori is the ambassador. Dennis and Marie? Dennis and Marie? They're just aliens. Commander Chambers hovers nearby, looking officious. Oh, dude, this picture's so sick. So we know that this is the corpulent... I've already forgotten who was described as corpulent with the monocle. Is this Chambers? It's probably not that important to identify them, but surely you could identify them. We'd have to examine each and every one of them because the game tells us their hair color, eye color, and height. And then use that information to identify them here. This guy's got gray hair. Ah, these pictures are so good. I never act illogically, Captain. Honored to introduce the diplomats. Federation Minister of Foreign Affairs, Kenneth Stewart. Okay, so Stewart's from the Federation. I'm just trying to understand these characters a bit better. Honored to meet a champion of the Federation. Leon Popolsky's about to die. Franklin Hodges, the minister's personal physician. Zlitiv is also an ambassador. Okay. Calavis Rablar is the chairman of the Federation's Sentient Relations Committee. So Rablar is on the Federation side. I don't know what this is about. Does Rablar have the hots for us? I mean, we are William Shatner. Flogus Amgreel is the legal counsel of Rablar, the chairman of the Federation Foreign Relations Committee or whatever. So this is a lawyer? Freaking lawyer? Kurt Vander Weiss, president of the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce. I thought this was like a post-scarcity, post-money society, but there's still a Chamber of Commerce, of course. I mean, trade's still a thing. And this is not an official Federation posting. This is just the Interstellar Chamber of Commerce. Pleasure, sir. Yes, a pleasure. Siori is a 4-mid. Okay. Two female attendants, Dennis and Marie. They're a little suspicious. The young commander nudges you and winks. You make a mental note to reprimand this rudeness in private. Which commander? Chambers. Chambers is the only commander. So Chambers is a horn dog. Okay. I've arranged with Commander Chambers to secure the briefing room for a top secret strategy meeting this evening. Please attend. Now escort these dignitaries to their staterooms. Please take a moment to visit them when you find some time. Be a special dinner tonight in their honor. Diplomats leave. Okay, this is, I think, where I first screwed up last time. Hodges wants to meet McCoy. Now, last time through, I called McCoy on the comm and summoned him to me, and then nothing happened. Perhaps that confused the game, and perhaps certain interactions are programmed to take place in certain rooms, meaning perhaps we were supposed to have already known where McCoy's office is in sickbay, and we were supposed to bring Hodges to McCoy because there's a scripted interaction that only occurs in McCoy's office in the sickbay. Perhaps. This is pure speculation here, but I get the sense I screwed this up last time. I'll try and do it differently here. The special needs of Minister Stewart, his patient. I'll follow you, Captain. So he's following us now. Okay. So we are in the lounge. Let's head to sickbay and visit with Bones. So we go down. And this is where Spock is weird. Yeah, Mr. Spock is clearly unable to open his door. So this is the fake Spock. This is already the fake Spock. And we've lost Popolsky already. And now, okay, here, I know I just said I want to go visit the doctor. I'm going to put another save down right here. What happens if we go to Popolsky right now? Is he dead already? So we're standing in the corridor. We go left, down to get to Popolsky. Go left, down. Popolsky. He doesn't seem dead. Let's examine Popolsky. Nothing unusual. I guess he's alive now. Okay. So I wonder if that means this is the real Popolski here. And then the Popolski we see in the meeting when that happens is the fake. It's gotta be. But that Popolski never leaves. I'm gonna restore, and let's just put a pin in that for now. Save state. Let's head to sickbay, escorting Hodges with us to Bones. Take the turbo lift. Deck 7. Go left, down, left to get to Bones' office. Nurse Chapel's here. I guess you and Nurse Chapel have something to discuss. I'll just go into sickbay and talk with Dr. McCoy. Thank you for seeing me here, Captain. Yeah, this is different. This is different. Interesting. It's a little concerning how easy it is to miss out on these things. It's a little concerning. So obviously there's this giant open-ended spaceship that we have access to and can explore. And we're being asked to do very specific things, but to me it would appear as though there's multiple ways to do these solutions, but the programmers, the designers, had one strict solution in mind. If you don't follow the way they thought you would do it, then the game just kind of breaks. Yeah, easy to break the game, and that's a little worrying here, but that's fine. At least we've identified that now. Okay, and there's Chapel's upset, really worried about Dr. McCoy. He's been acting strange. I'd like to file this report. We haven't set a course for Gothica yet. We should probably do that. Kirk to Sulu. I lost caps lock. Plot course for Gothica. Warp 1. I need to read my secret orders as well. I always forget to do that. Examine my secret orders. Yeah, the Super Pulse. Somewhere within the Tall system. Okay, I should probably write down the Tall system. The ultimate objective is to seek the origin of the Super Pulse. The ruse of the diplomatic mission is vital because you must also cross dangerous Klingon space to reach the Super Pulse. It is really cool that you can just call people. Yeah, I love it. It's really slick. Okay, so now we're on track to Gothica. Spock is acting weird. Bones is acting weird. Let's read Nurse Chapel's report. I don't know if this game tracks like actions taken, meaning if we as Kirk have to read these orders and read this report. I don't know if that like affects or like sets flags or anything like that, so we should read it just to be sure. Okay, you wandered around the room aimlessly, didn't know what was happening. Let's examine Nurse Chapel and get handsy with her. I remember her being quite the babe from the TV show. Nurse Chapel's blonde, good looks have not changed with the onset of middle age. Her hair is as bright as cornstalk. Her eyes bright and as blue as the Terran sky. Oh, babe, your hair's like corn. Oh, it looks so nice. Touch. Let me touch that corn hair. Chapel. She slaps your hand. Ooh. Okay, sorry, apologize. Chapel, I apologize. I don't know the word apologize. Okay. Hair looks like corn. Ecuperatio? I guess we head up to the lounge or the different staterooms and chat with people. So we have some free time here until the meeting in the briefing room. In the meeting in the briefing room, I believe... I don't know what I believe. I'm not sure what I should do. I guess one of the difficulties is I don't know how we would catch the other changeling. Or whatever their race was called. I've already forgotten. If the good one, well, potentially good one, the one who tied up Spock and impersonated Spock, if that one, their identity gets revealed just in due course by Mr. Scott, then I don't think we have to do anything with the imposter Spock who's going to follow us around. I'm worried Popolski's going to die. Let's head to Popolski. I want to see if we can catch somebody in the act. Let's head to deck 7. Already? This is happening way sooner. Last time I didn't get Scott's message until... not until after the dinner. Okay, so there's some different triggers or flags that cause these events to unfold. It's not just based on time elapsed. In your playthrough, Scott contacted me about this time too. Oh, really? Huh. Maybe I really... Okay, I bet it's because... Okay, here's my theory. I think I broke the game last time, or Sequence broke it, because I failed to escort Hodges to the doctor. Because instead I summoned Bones to me and did it that way, I think that just kind of broke everything. That's my theory. Alright, let's try this. So let's get... oh, Spock's here. Spock enters. I will follow you, Captain. This is fake Spock, though, so let's touch him. And see how he responds, because he's fake Spock. We already know that. Spock looks at you with a slightly puzzled expression on his face. Oh, whoops. We need to go to the transporter. Spock? Spockle? What was that, Captain? Okay, he is with us. Oh, we don't go to the transporter. I'm getting lost already. Go right to the corridor, down to engineering, left to Mr. Scott. Now there's the 2 Spocks. Celtic. Okay, he's a Celtic. Celtic. Seems we have a wee bit of an imposter here, Captain. Sang Mr. Spock a lullaby and took his place on the bridge. What a weird way to phrase it. Denjik of the planet Celtic. Last time I threw Denjik in the brig. But Denjik knows about the signal. Nobody else on the ship knows about it. Only Kirk does. Because Kirk got the secret mission briefing from the Admiral. Nobody else knows about it. And the fact that Denjik knows about it leads me to suspect that maybe we actually can trust them. Maybe I shouldn't throw them in the brig. I assure you my purpose on board the Enterprise is friendly and without evil intent. They tied up Mr. Spock, but they didn't kill him. I mean, we can compare that to the other shapeshifter, potentially another Celtic on board, who did kill Popolsky, I assume. We're going to trust Denjik here. Celtics are well known for their rarefied ethical standards. And yeah, Spock reinforces that we can trust them. We should cooperate fully with his request. I dinna know, Captain. Cannot trust the shape changer. Not after he tied up Mr. Spock. I'd arrest the crafty devil. Yes, you may remain on the Enterprise, at liberty on the Enterprise, yes. Thank you for your faith. I'll report to the bridge now. Denjik leaves. Changeling that used a fake mustache, you know? Yeah, maybe things are... Maybe I don't really understand what's happening. Celtic. I wonder if Celtics show up in the original series, or if they're invented for this game. Let's head to Popolsky now. Spock, follow me. I will follow you, Captain. This is the real Spock now. We know this is the real Spock. Let's head to the deck. May I remind you that the strategy meeting is beginning on Deck 5, and we should not miss it. I will follow you, Captain. Okay. Deck 5. So if the strategy meeting's already beginning, I suspect Popolsky might already be dead. Let's do another save here. Again, I'm using save states because I tried to use the in-game saving and it broke. Disk read errors happened and I couldn't fix it in 2 seconds of troubleshooting, so we're just using save states. Let's head to Popolsky real quick. 1, 2, 3, and then down. Popolsky's here. Examine him? How dead is he? He's not here at all. Did it not say that he's here? Its current occupant is Leon Popolsky. Oh, okay, he's not here, but he occupied. Its current occupant is Leon Popolsky, and yet this Leon Popolsky is nowhere to be seen. I'm going to restore. And let's just go to the briefing room. There's Johansson. Snaps to attention. Captain, go on in. I'll check you and Mr. Spock off my list of attendees. Yeah, because last time, yeah, I had fake Spock with me at this point. And Dr. Hodges and Bones was like in some other... I really messed everybody up. Okay, let's go in. Popolski's here, okay. So I think this is probably our imposter. Because if you recall from last time, Popolski never gets marked as leaving this room. But Captain gets marked as leaving twice. So he somehow is going to shape change into me and leave before I do. I don't know how he gets away with that. This delegation must cement the bonds of friendship between the Federation and Gothica. Vander Wise for trade, Klingons, blah blah blah. This is the message I was never able to get. Last time... Or did I get this message? Or was there a second message that I didn't get? Popolski just left early. I guess we're just waiting. I know, I guess I should run to the bridge. I don't need to sit around this meeting. I have you down as having left already. This list keeps track of all the attendees. Again, it's unclear if I can do anything just yet. Johansson. Ah, I backspaced. Oh, I pressed backspace, which moved me to the left. Dang it. Johansson's gone. He's here, okay. Johansson, give me the list. Gives you the list. Okay, here's all the attendees. Mr. Popolski's exit is not reported, despite the fact that we watched him leave. Interesting. Let's give this to Mr. Spock. Give list. Analyze list. The list has you checked off as having left a minute ago. How odd. Most people are not checked off, since the meeting is not over yet. How odd, indeed. Let's head to the bridge. Denjik's here, cool. Uhura, give me the message. Gives you the message. And this is the one that self-destructs. And okay, yeah, this is where we first learn about the imposter. Examine message. Suspected security breach. So it happened back at Lambda Base. Of course, that's where everything happened. That's where everybody beamed aboard. Yeah. The diplomatic passengers are under suspicion. Do not hesitate to arrest and detain suspected interloper, given sufficient grounds. There's got to be something I can do here, other than just ignore everything. This one's tricky, Jim. Try not to upset the passengers, but don't orbit Gothic until you're satisfied the situation's been resolved. Now, not thinking about this in like a kind of a meta sense, if that makes sense. It is interesting that I didn't put it on my map, but we found the route, the Themba route or whatever, in the Formid suite. I didn't find any other items anywhere else in all the rooms I explored. I only found that one item in this one room. Like, in that sense, it makes me think that perhaps there's something suspicious with them. The Formids? The Formids being Ambassadors Sori, Dennis, and Marie. Popolski might be dead already. I guess we go check on them now. Go deck 5. Lefts twice. Down. Oops, that's Dr. Hodge. He's not here. Go left again. Down. Oh, the message disintegrates. Oh, and Popolski's dead. Okay. So it happens after he leaves. Oh, that makes sense. That happens after he leaves the briefing early. We're distracted because we get called up to the bridge. By the time we get back, he's already dead. But I don't know if I can do anything. Okay, wait. Let me think about this. Let's examine the body. Popolski. Large discolorations at the sides of the neck. Spock, what do you make of this? Oh god, the dialogue. Spock, examine Popolski. Close examination of the body reveals large discolorations at the sides of the neck. I love how they say literally the same thing that Kirk does. We can't analyze the body because it's dead. So that's got to be important. It's the only thing we can glean here. Discolorations on the sides of the neck. So maybe we could summon... I summoned Bones last time and he just worthless, just stood around being a dumb idiot. So I don't want to summon Bones. I get the feeling that summoning characters, calling them to you, may be not good. Let me go check out that Themba route or whatever it was called. Go left. Down to the Formid suite. Okay, yeah. I need to update my map here. Got staterooms on each side. Down to a chamber. think it was the chamber that had the Themba root. Meditation chamber. Themba root, yeah. And Dennis is here. Examine the Thembo root. Deep brown in color. I don't know anything about the Themba root. Thembo. Just take it. Maybe we could like use the ship's computer to look up Thembo roots? Is that something we can do? Like, I'm guessing... So if we try to touch it, we get a message about feeling nauseous. Touch Thembo root. The powder makes you feel extremely nauseous by just inhaling a few particles. So this might be some sort of poison in large enough doses that killed Popolsky? I'm doing a lot of logical leaps here, but it's kind of the only thing we have to work with. Yeah, I suspect it's some sort of poison. I want to try and use the ship's computer. And perhaps we can look up some information on this. So let's head back to the bridge. We go left a whole bunch. Okay, I was never able to act on this last time either. Emergency mission notice just came in. I think it's because I didn't ask Uhura for the notice. I kept asking her for the message. But I already got the message and it disintegrated, but I didn't ask her for the notice. The notice is different from the message. Okay, so let's go to the bridge, get the notice. Bridge. Uhura. Give me the notice. Yeah. Oh my goodness. So I never read this. I never got this and read it last time. Oh, it's the same guy. Cessation of super pulse signal. As of 2 hours ago, the super pulse phenomenon ceased to exist. Stations monitoring the signal reported an abrupt silencing of the neutron radiation that suddenly began months ago. Discharge your duties on Gothica as expediently as possible. Advise your science officer, that's Mr. Spock, and proceed to Tal system with caution. Well, let's give this notice to Mr. Spock. Oh, not to Uhura. No. You're not the science officer. You don't. This is need to know only. Spock. Yes, Captain. Give. I could probably give them the secret orders as well. I'll give them the mission notice first. Thank you, sir. We're going to give them the secret orders also. We can only carry 6 inventory items anyway, so clearing up hand space was going to be handy. Okay. Analyze the notice. There's nothing unusual about the mission notice. Computer. I didn't think this would take up the whole screen. I skipped this part of the manual. We gotta bring it back. Where is the computer? Not here. Ship. Turbo lift, communicator. Ship's computer. On the Apple, you must be sure side 3 is inserted in either drive. Okay. Type the name of the item or person you want information on, last name first. If you aren't sure what form the name appears in the computer's databanks, type its first letter and press enter. Listing of the data currently in the ship's computer beginning with that letter will appear. Okay. Okay, so that's pretty simple. So we want to look up Thembo root. Thembo root. That last command didn't make sense. Oh god. I don't have the disk in. Put side 3. Dino, welcome. This is much more comprehensible. This is a fairly, it seems like it's a fairly standard text adventure with graphics. Fairly standard, I say. It's kind of inscrutable still, but at least it's fairly straightforward, kind of. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I have to try and use the computer, right? That's what I think I have to do. If I do the use computer button, what is this? There is no perceptible effect. Excuse me? Use? Oh, I chose communicator, not computer. Oops. Oops. Search topic. Yeah, this is different. This is a different sub menu than before. Okay. Thembo root. The root comes from the Thembo tree and is used during the high hours by female adherents of the religion of Neo-Roskanidy on the planet Formi. Of course. It's ground into a fine powder and used as a spice-like seasoning in the sacred broth. The flavor of the Thembo root is so distinctive and so geared to the Formid body chemistry that it causes nausea and dizziness when ingested by all non-female inhabitants of Formi and all inhabitants of other known worlds. See Dennis. Formi, Formid cuisine, Formid culture. The High Hours Marie Roskanidy Sori Ambassador. Dennis? Full name Dennis T. Denis? Dennis? I don't know how to say it. Planet of origins Formi, species Formid, gender female, member of the Formid ambassador. A degree in creative ontology. Oh, cool. The High Hours and Marie? Marie? Her poetry has been anthologied on 17 planets, including her native world. Winner of the Tandem Prize for Galactic Literature. Oh, cool. Sorry? Born Kajik Formid, he served 6 solar years as Princess of Kajik to the Formid Quorum. Served 3 terms. Later elected to Prioship of Formid and served there for 3 terms. Is this relevant? Appointed legation minister and is a well-respected leader of the diplomatic delegation of the planet Formi. I don't know if this is leading anywhere. Like, I thought... Celtic. What about Celtic? No topics? Huh? Celtic is the shape changer that was impersonating Spock, who told us that Celtics are an ally of the Federation. They have been allies for years. And yet, they're not in the computer. They're an ancient race that's just simply not in the computer. So that's very fishy. Maybe I should have thrown him in the brig. Oh, no worries, Coconut. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoy your night shift as best as you can. I used to work night shift for a while. I was not a fan of the night shift personally. What about Zlitov? Diplomatic minister representing the planet Belzix. He was born Orkt Belzix, stardate 4495.1. Night shifter for life. Oh, I couldn't do it. Successive orator, appointed sole member of the diplomatic legation, representing the Belsgiz. Oh, got the courtesy of Gilrod. Oh, cool. Klingons. Hey, Klingons. What does the computer say about Polsky? That's a good question. Dead. Almost nothing. It's Polish. University of Warsaw, Earth. I'm curious. High hours that was mentioned with the Thembo route. The most important rite in the religion of the Neo-Rosconati, of course, as practiced on the planet Formi. It requires the women to withdraw for 2 hours of meditation and prayer. During this time of seclusion, they drink the sacred broth brewed from the Thembo root. The broth causes nausea and dizziness in all non-female inhabitants of Formi. Dennis, Formi cuisine, Formi culture, Marie, Roz, Conity. Neo-Rosconati is the leading religion on Formi. Adherents practice mediation. Not meditation, they practice mediation. I mean, that's a good skill to have. It's nice to have mediators and being able to like talk problems out. But I feel like that's supposed to be meditation. I think they dropped a T there. Which they believe can bring them in close harmony with the cosmos. The high hours of devotion, practiced only by the women of Formi, is the most important ritual. Believe is spelled wrong. Important is spelled wrong. Mediation is probably spelled wrong. Resconity, is that spelled wrong as well? 4 typos? Okay. Mr. Scott, something's wrong with the ship's computer.
It's making typos everywhere. Yeah, mediation is like a thing for sure, but I played Final Fantasy Tactics. I know all about mediators. They're awesome. You can recruit monsters onto your team if you have a mediator. Let's look at. I mean, I'm getting into this. Let's look at some Formy cuisine and culture. I must have misspelled it. Formy. The third of 7 planets in the Baal system. Part of the Federation alignment, Class A with 2 uninhabited satellites, atmospheres, blah 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 blah. Formid cuisine, okay. Look at this! Formid Kulutri. Kulutri. What is that? Yeah, and Roz caught. Oh, this computer. Formid cuisine. Rich in fish, vegetables, rice-like carbohydrate source. Average citizen ingests 1345 calories per day. A broth made from the thembo root. They keep harping on this thembo root broth, high hours ritual. Like every computer article about Formid comes back to the thembo root, and I have one. Am I supposed to use this somehow to like poison someone? Is it hints that they were trying to poison someone? Oh, they spelled culture right. Formid culture. Values of the Formid society are an amalgam of influences imported from Earth but combined in unsuspected ways. A sense that every individual has a place in the social structure is the dominating theme of Formid life. People view many activities as gender specific, particularly true in the area of religious observance. All inhabitants of Formid are devout Neo-Rosconites. Only Formid women partake of the holy ritual. Okay, this is interesting, but I don't know how this is applicable. To anything. Thembo one more time. They spell this differently every single time. Every single time it's spelled differently. Okay. Gothica. Single moon, first planet in the Ashada system. Scepter. Royal Scepter of Gothica is a traditional symbol of Gothican royalty, created during the reign of King Clavis I by Toland's Meacham. Meacham? An artisan and original colonist of Gothica. 3-meter long rod encrusted with jewels and sheathed in gold is a symbol of the planetary monarchy of Gothica. It's been in the possession of the royal house for approximately 12.3 centuries. Wow, that's a long time. Lost briefly during the Peranium conflict, regained by King Orion. Whoever possessed the scepter has the right to rule Gothica. Okay. What just happened? I somehow canceled out of there by making a typo. I don't know if I learned. I mean, It's cool that there's so much information in that ship's computer, but I don't know if any of that's relevant to anything. They really did seem like they wanted me to know about the Thembo route, though, and how only women can partake of it during the high hour. It makes everybody else sick. Okay, I have an idea. When Spock Vulcan nerve pinched Celtic, the fake Spock, when real Spock pinched fake Spock transformed back into their real form. So what if we put the Thembo root in the food that we eat for dinner so that everybody gets sick? And maybe when we all get sick, whoever the shapeshifter imposter is will turn back into their real form. And it seems like about all I can do with this Thembo root because of how basic and simple our actions available are. What happens if I try to use Thembo root? I get. Oh, I have to use it on somebody. Mr. Spock, you're my guinea pig. There is no perceptible effect. Okay. So we're on the bridge. Where's the kitchen? Dining room. Let's head down there. Deck 5. Spock should still be following me. That's fine. Go up. Left. 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 Up. The officers' dining room. Let's go to the kitchen. Svarts is here and the appetizers. So remember when we sat down for dinner last time, Svarts came to us specifically and said, here are the appetizers. So because these are like the only things in the game that we seem to be able to do anything with. Large platter of appetizers being prepared by Yeoman Svarts. Hello, Captain. Preparations for tonight's formal dinner are well underway. Please let me know of any special plans for the guests. Can you cook Themba root? I don't know the word cook. I don't know the word Themba. Thembo. That's why. Appetizers are an item in the area. Hold on. Let's examine those. The usual assortment of appetizers. They look slightly tastier than the standard shipboard fare. I just the usual appetizers, you know. Just the usual stuff. Touch it. Gotta touch those appetizers. There is no perceptible effect. Excuse me, Captain. It's time to join our esteemed guests in the officer's dining room on deck 5. I will follow you, Captain. Swartz leaves. We're at the appetizers. He took them! Okay, if I was able to do something there, I've missed my chance. Let's give him the thimble root right now. Oops, maybe we can do it now. 3, 4. Thank you, sir. I'll put the thimble root in the appetizers. I didn't even have to say anything to him. I said to give it. Huh? So, can I get sick now? Can I start puking? Do I eat the food? Marie won't get sick. Or Dennis. Marie and Dennis are the two that won't get sick. Presumably. Unless they're currently a doppelganger. Then when they... Okay. I they should theoretically be immune to the effects of the thimble root. Unless one of them is currently being doppelgangerized. Then they'll get sick. And then we'll know... Well, then we'll have caught them. And then we'll know to search for the real one? Okay, how do I pass time? Do I just sit here? Can I eat? Eat? I don't know the word eat. What was that, Captain? How is the food? I don't really know. You made it! You cooked it! You're the chef! Let's touch. Oh, there's so many people we could touch. Let's touch Dennis. There is no perceptible effect. Let's examine Dennis. Okay, yeah, they're both female. Both the attendants are female. I think it's going a lot better this time, Doppelopoulos. I think it's going a lot better. It's kind of hard to say. This game is quite confusing. We're currently still on the Enterprise. We haven't arrived at Gothica yet. We're at the dinner session right now. I'm trying to poison everybody at the dinner with the thimble root. I don't know if I've actually done it or not. Or what I'm supposed to be doing from here. Can I just walk away? And go back in? Like, can I just... Can we do anything here? Oh yeah, Mars, that was a different game yesterday. Yesterday was the Rebel Universe. That was the Atari ST. This is a Apple II game. You can't go that way. I don't... I can't help but feel like I should be able to do something here. I also don't know if giving the root to the guy was done at the correct time or not. We can't examine the food. I want to just pass turns. But there's... The only way to pass turns is by moving around. Okay, something's happening. Nothing happened at the dinner. Yet the chef had a specific response to me giving him the root. So I think I needed to do that earlier. Okay, I'm going to restore. I loaded my save game. This is pre-thimble root acquisition? pre-Thembo route. We have the secret orders still. So this is also pre-mission. We're on deck 5. There's Popolski. Is Popolski dead yet? No, this is before the briefing. Yeah, okay. So we have to go to the, not the lounge, the briefing room here. Okay, we go in, we gotta sit through the briefing again. High priority message. Popolski leaves ahead of us. Johansson's here. What? I thought you already left, sir. Give me the list. Captain, I'd like to analyze the list after you have examined it. Let's examine it. The list. Okay, let's give list Mr. Spock. Just tell Spock to analyze. Hit backspace again. Analyze list. Okay. Take the turbo lift back up to the bridge. And we get a, it's not a message. I already forgot the term that they used. Oh god, Uhura's not going to repeat herself. We need the, is it the mission? Oh, thank you. The notice. The notice. Thank you. Uhura, give me the notice. Uhura, you called me to give me an emergency mission notice. I have arrived here on your command, and you are not giving me the notice. Uhura, what is the notice? I don't see the mission notice here, sir. What? Is it broken again? What do you have? What was that, Captain? Oh. I'm just gonna restore. Slot 3. I'm gonna do this one more time. Go in. Message. High priority message for you here on the bridge. Oh god, okay. Message, not notice. The notice comes after the message. The message is first and then the notice is later. The message is the one that tells us that somebody is on board the Enterprise. The notice is later that says that the super pulse stopped. Okay, I was getting myself mixed up. You need to get the message first and then the notice later. Give me the list. Do this again. We examined it ourselves. List. give it to Mr. Spock. Tell Spock to analyze list. Then we go left, down, bridge. I think this is right when Popolski dies, right now. We say, Uhura, give me the message. And this is the super ultra secret message that dissolves or disintegrates. So let's read it. Unauthorized personnel may be aboard the Enterprise. So now we can go back down to, whoops, deck 5. Go get the Thembo root. I'm just gonna give the Thembo root like directly to the chef, and maybe he'll be able to actually cook it into the appetizers. It's very likely I needed to give him the root before the meal began. Yet the developers of the game didn't account for being able to give him the root during the meal, so he has the same response, even though he's not doing anything with it. I think there's some shenanigans here. Where are we? Spock's room. Go left. Go left. Go left. Message is gone. Go down. Go down. Dennis is here. Inventory. Take the Thembo route. I wonder if I have to like look up the computer again. I'm gonna guess not. Just guessing though. Into the kitchen. Sports is here. Let me know of any special plans for the guest. Okay, well, how about this Thembo route? Thank you, sir. He's not saying he's going to put it into the food this time. So you do have to do it during the meal and not before? Or reading about it on the computer is like setting a flag so that when I give it to him, he cooks it? Oh, man, this is tricky. This is tricky. Give me the Thembo route. I want that back. Let's go back to the bridge. Popolski's dead. Cool. Now we get the emergency mission notice. Okay. Get it. Turbo lift. Bridge. Give me notice. Examine. Notice. Advise your science officer. Okay, so we want to talk to Spock. Yes, Captain. Give him a mission notice. Thank you, sir. Read the notice. I don't know the word read. How can you analyze the notice? There's nothing unusual about the mission notice. Okay, let's give him the secret orders as well, because we were told to advise him. Now we want to use the computer. Computer. Okay. Thembo root. I don't know what, if any of these are actually relevant, but we'll go over all of them, I suppose, again. For me, just ensure that the character has seen them. Thembo root. Okay, you might need to learn about the broth made from Thembo root or something like that. High hours. Dennis. Marie. Roz Conity. Neo Res Conity. Sorry. Okay, hopefully that's enough. Yeah, I don't know if any of this is actually important to do. Go deck 5. Maybe now I can give him the Thembo root? Like, we're still not doing anything with the dead body, which seems very strange to me. Okay, I'm going to do put down a save right here. Give Thembo root. Thank you, sir. Okay, he only has a unique response to receiving the Thembo root if we give it to him during the meal itself. Even though giving him the Thembo root during the meal did not seem to do anything. At least not that I could tell. I don't even know what I'm trying to accomplish here. Which is kind of making this tough. Like, we have a dead body, which we don't seem to be able to do anything with. But granted, I haven't tried too hard. Like, shouldn't we transport the dead body to sickbay? So that Bones could do an autopsy or something? Do we even have the real Bones? Or is Bones still like a bumbling buffoon? Give me the Thembo root. I assume we have the real Bones now because the shapeshifter, the Celtic, who was impersonating Bones, which caused Nurse Chapel to get suspicious and file the report, likely they then switched from Bones to impersonating Spock. But maybe that means the real Bones is like tied up somewhere. Let me go to Bones' office. Oh, it's time to join. Okay, it's time to have dinner. Never mind. So here we can give the Thembo root, and he says something different. I'll put the Thembo root in the appetizers. Now, I don't know what to do from this point. Like, I can't eat. I can't talk to anybody. Well, I mean, I can talk to anybody I want. There's tons of people in the room to talk to. But the text parser is so strict. I just can't seem to get through to anybody. Especially if it only responds to like these 5 questions. Everybody's in this room right now. Let's talk to Siori? Yes, Captain. This is the main ambassador. Oops, not examine. Using this interface is a little clumsy. A little clunky here. Who do you suspect? The crime is unfathomable to me, Captain Kirk. I don't know who killed him. I can't even imagine why. So they do know about the dead body! Oh, what is that? I'm so confused. Oh, did that come through, Parabex? Yeah. There's an ice cream truck that goes through this apartment complex around this time. I in the past, I haven't streamed at these hours. I never heard it, really. Ice cream trucks out there. Well, let's ask everybody who did it. So everybody's here. Popolski's dead. Stewart. Who do you think did this? I don't know the word think. Leon had no enemies. He was respected, even liked. I don't understand how this happened. He was acting strangely at the strategy meeting, though. Wise. Who did this? Yes, Captain? What's the exact wording again? Orders menu. Questions. Who do you suspect? I'm afraid I didn't know him well enough to help, but if there's anything I can do, you know where you can find me. Zlitiv. Who do you suspect? Find it hard to comprehend the motives for violent action. I cannot think of a single suspect. Rablar. Who do you suspect? Nope, not Reblar. It should be Rablar. As they always do, these formal dinners take too long to end. As the dinner wears on, Mr. Vanderwise's distractions let you forget the gravity of the situation you face. Finally, it does end. The diplomats leave. What does the Thembo root do? It's not doing anything. Why do... Full mustache. I don't know if I ever actually did speak with Swartz before the dinner, no. I just walked up to him, gave him the Thembo root, and then said, "Oh, it's not working." It just left. I guess I'm really reluctant to engage people in dialogue because they just don't seem to understand anything I type. And if I'm constrained to only being able to use these 5 questions in the questions menu, I guess "can you help us" would be the one. We're really inferring a lot here in the dialogue that's occurring in the game. Like just walking up to somebody and saying, "Can you help us?" That's not how human talk works. But we might have to like tell them to cook it or have a plan. But I don't have a plan. Okay, I'm gonna restore. Boop. We are in the kitchen. How much Thembo root do I have? Are we Themboed up? Thembo. Appetizers, okay? We are Themboed up. Swartz, can you help us? Sorry, I can't think of anything helpful. Who do you suspect? I have no idea. I think we might have. Okay, what? Can you cook Thembo root? I don't know the word cook. This is tough. Because it definitely seems like there's something to do here. But the game is very, very, very much not making it clear what that is. Do we have time to... Captain, it's dinner time. I will follow you, Captain. The gang's all here. We have Rablar and Amgriel. I never talked to them, or Hodges, or Chambers. I haven't talked to a lot of these people. Marie and Dennis, I didn't talk to them. I'm just out here trying to poison them, and I haven't even spoken to them. I have the appetizers for our guests. Okay, I remember seeing that message, the special request, pop up once. I think it only pops up the very first time we go into into the kitchen. And so I think in my save in the kitchen, let me go back to that. Store, we're in the kitchen. Special request. I don't know the word special. I don't know the word request. Let's go back a little bit earlier. Slot 3. This is where we're on the way to the briefing. Do all this again. Give me list. Yeah. This is a little jacked, this game. That's my favorite word again. A little jacked. Give list. This is supposed to be a breezy adventure game that experienced adventure gamers could easily clear in an afternoon. They won't be very happy with. That's what I get for reading reviews of video games and putting any stock into them. They create unreal expectations. Whoops, we need to tell Spock to analyze list. I may have been lied to. Let's go to the bridge. Blop, 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 blop. Hoorah. Give message. I thought it was the message and then the notice. Give me the message? Oh. Okay, that's just a syntax there. Give message. I cut out too many words. Give me message probably would have worked. Read it. Okay. Check 5. Popolski is dead, sir. The message disintegrates. Go get that Thembo. That sweet, sweet Thembo root. There it is. Dennis is here too. Give me that Thembo. Dennis, who do you suspect? I have no idea. Okay, let me do another save right here. In fact, I'm going to replace the previous save, which was done in the kitchen, with the save right here. If we go to the kitchen now, there's Swartz and appetizers. Yeoman Swartz is on the counter. The preparation for tonight's formal dinner are well underway and on schedule. Please let me know of any special plans for the guests. And if I were to, perchance, give Thembo root. Thank you, sir. See, I don't have any particular person in mind, though. We've got to... The Thembo root in particular would only be an effective way of sussing somebody out if the imposter is one of the two formids. I don't have any reason to suspect one over the other. One of the two female formids. Dennis or Marie. I don't have any reason to suspect one over the other. Well, okay, no, wait. Okay, let's think about this. The high hours, the religion mandates that female formids take Thembo root and meditate during the high hours. We found Thembo root in the meditation chamber, and Dennis was there, presumably meditating on the Thembo root. However, Marie was not. So Marie is not adhering, not following the religion and meditating with Dennis. If they were both formids acting normally, you'd expect both of them to be in the meditation chamber together. The mediation chamber, yeah, whatever. So I guess that means that perhaps Marie is the suspect. So if I were able to instruct Swartz to cook Thembo root into one particular guest's appetizers, it would be Marie. It's not very airtight logic, but the game's not giving me a whole heck of a lot to work with here. And I don't even know how to communicate that to the game. Cook this for Marie. Oh, that doesn't know the word cook! Doesn't know the word cook. What was that, Captain? You're the cook. I don't know. I'm the what? What'd you say? I'm the what? I don't know that word. What are you doing here, Swartz? I'm preparing the meals for the guests, Captain. What do you call that action, preparing? What do you mean? I'm mixing the thembo root, baking it in the oven, taking it out when it's done. I don't understand your line of question, Captain. Have you ever cooked anything in your life? Have I ever what? What was that? Speak English, Captain. Give me thembo root. Gives you the thembo root. Swartz, can you help? Can you help? Yes, Captain. Emergency mission notice just came in. Yeah, if I just hit the enter button. Okay, let me restore again. Let me try this again. It's also possible that at this specific moment in time, I don't have enough information as Kirk to instruct him on my plan. Like, there might be hidden flags I'm supposed to have set before giving him the route. This is so jacked. Let me know of any special plans for the guests. I have special plans for the guests. I don't know the word special. I don't know the word plans. I don't know the word guests. He explicitly asks us to let him know if we have special plans for the guests. But the game does not understand the word special, does not understand the word plans, does not understand the word guests. Dude, I'm losing it here. You can just give him the root. We'll try that. We'll try just giving him the root. And I don't have a way of waiting is the thing. The only way to wait is to, like, walk around. Where is Marie? Can I Kirk to Marie? Marie here, sir. Where are you? Let's restore. Before going into the kitchen. Currently carrying the thembo root. Let's go back to the Formid suite. Here's Marie. Yeah, it is definitely suspicious. I think I'm onto something with the fact that Dennis and Marie are not together meditating. What are you doing? I don't know the word doing. It's a Marie. Oh, man. So far, largely yes, Hosanna. It has been lots of parser struggles. Everything we type in the Kirk window here, which is our text parser, the game treats as if Kirk himself is speaking it. So it's not a traditional text parser where we're issuing commands to an avatar to do things. Whatever we type is spoken words that Kirk speaks out loud. If we want to do things, we have to open up the little menu here, and we This is how we can give items, touch items, look at things, examine things. Because you wouldn't tell somebody, you wouldn't tell yourself to look at that. You would just do it. So this is how you just do it. But the problem is when we have to like talk to people, I can't get through to anybody. I just can't get through to anybody. And the game provides us with a list of questions. If we open the orders menu, the questions menu, we have 5 questions we can ask people that the game does recognize. I can't get it to recognize anything else. Who are you? I am who you think I am. I think you're an imposter, changeling, alien traitor. And you just confirmed it. All right, let's arrest her. Spock, arrest Marie. Although your intuition rarely fails you, it has not warned you of the risks of wrongly arresting a diplomatic representative. The storm of outrage raised from this action sweeps you, excuses and all, into an early retirement. Live long and prosper. I got owned. I got owned. I got owned. I never will understand humans. We're going to call it here for now. I was told this would be a light, breezy adventure. I was lied to. We're going to keep playing this game, but we're going to call it here for the day. Check out the map. Look at this. We have a map here. We have a nice map assembled. We got our feet wet. We got a basic start. I feel like there's still a large bit of game to play. Like, I feel like we're just at the very beginning. Well, I guess it's not terribly bad to have these kind of struggles at the very beginning of an adventure game, because it's at least allowing us to try and understand the syntax and the way the game functions and is programmed and what it expects of the player. So hopefully being able to work out this opening sequence will help inform actions later on. Hopefully. Or maybe this is just a completely lost cause and we'll have to turn to a guide next stream. But we'll save that for next stream. Thank you all for watching. Star Trek gaming continues. Let's make that a little bigger. Star Trek First Contact. I think this game is really slick. It's got some really fun graphics and presentation, and the interface is definitely unique, which makes it interesting. We're going to play it again on next stream, which should be Monday. We'll try and play this again on Monday. That means Star Trek Week is extending into Star Trek 2 Week. We're going to have Star Trek 2 Week. This is only the mid-Star Trek Week hiatus. We're going to go Star Trek 2 Week next week, Part 2. Oh, that's exciting. So that... So we're going to continue Star Trek First Contact on Monday. I already have a third game in mind for after First Contact. And I think I'm going to spend the weekend searching for a fourth game to play. And maybe we'll be able to get 3 Star Trek games next week. Finishing First Contact and then 2 more. I don't know. We'll think of something. But yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. I had fun with this game. It's very interesting. I love adventure games, text adventures, warts and all. I think they're great. But that's all I have time for today. Yeah. Let's get out of here. Thanks for watching. Who's on? I'm going to do a stream. I did a stream. I'm going to do a raid. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the big emotes. Thank you for the resubs. I'm just scrolling here. I got 10,000 raids yesterday, but no raids today. So no thank you for any raids. Nobody raided. Enjoy your weekend. We'll plan on being back Monday, roughly noon Pacific time. Play more Star Trek. Let's get out of here. Oh, nice. Perfect. We're going to raid the Retro Pals. The Retro Pals are wonderful streamers. They do a lot of just showcase streams. Like, I like to focus on single game deep dives. They do a lot of showcase stuff, just kind of showing stuff off. They're really fun. I love Retro Pals. Doing a Midway Arcade showcase. This is a whole world of games I know almost nothing about. We'll send you over there. Take care. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you next time. Adios. See ya. Bye-bye.